It's Thursday, December 1st, 2022. First day of December, guys. Christmas is right around the corner, and it is winter time. And boy, is it cold out there. Telling you that, that's for sure. Definitely feeling better than I was the other day, and I appreciate everybody's well wishes and prayers, and I thank you for that, guys. So, I am back. Sorry, it's a little later in the afternoon. I had a doctor's appointment today, but I'm here now. So, got some updates on the uh, Idaho 4, and we're going to hit that a little bit. Some changes in there I was a little surprised about. So, let's talk about it, everybody. Let's see what we got going on today. What's up? What's up? What's up? How we doing today, everybody? Good to see you guys. Thank you all for joining me. It is great to be here. Ugh, sorry about that, you guys. Come on in, grab your coffee, get comfy. Let's hang out and have some conversating. Let's see who we got here today. Mr. Austin Ferris is in the house. What is up, my brother? Good to see you, sir. Thank you for joining us. I don't know, Izzy. Welcome, Izzy Rose. Good to see you here. So great to have you. Miss Cece, the sweetest lady on the internet. Good to have you, my dear. My brother on the mic. Did they help get the meatballs out of your lungs? Well, not completely yet. I went to the doctors. I did get some prescriptions. I have not been able to fill them yet. Hopefully that'll happen. Um, just chilling, just chilling. Austin with the hair. This dude's got the craziest hair, you guys. I'm telling you. Love it though. Let's see. Who else we got here? Miss Cece, Miss Cece, Miss Cece. Izzy Rose, Faux Popper. What is up, brother? Good to see you. Good to see you, sir. Thanks for joining us today. Good golly, Miss Molly's in the house, everybody. It's nice to have you here, my dear. Thank you so much for joining us. I'm feeling a bit better. My chest is actually hurting. As you can hear in my voice, I'm still congested, but I am better than I was. So, hopefully, it continues to get better. Like I said, if I can get those scripts filled, it's going to help. And one of them is, I think it's antibiotic, and then I got some other stuff. So, let's see what happens. Thank you, Molly. I appreciate that. All right. Come on in, guys. Get comfortable. Grab your coffee, your tea. You know how it goes. Have a seat. Wait for everybody to kind of fall in. Good to have you guys here. So great to be back. Sorry, guys. I was just, yesterday, I just couldn't do it. I was wore out. And I mean wore out. Oh my, the coughing and congested and stuff like that just kind of drug me down. So I skipped yesterday, but I'm here today. Yeah, I got chapped lips too. I don't know what, that always happens to me when my nose gets like that. For whatever reason, my lips get that way. It's crazy. It looks like I'm wearing lipstick. Gotta love it. Gotta love it. So, yeah, I did do a little bit of that. I couldn't really sleep very well though. So I just kind of laid around. But I appreciate you guys understanding. Um, and I appreciate the well wishes from all of you. I really do. I love you guys. You guys are amazing. You really are. There's not too many people that would care about a YouTuber. some guy they just see running his mouth on YouTube, whether he's sick or not, and you guys do, and that means a lot to me. So thank you guys so very much, so very much. All right, and I love you, Miss Cece. All right, let me see. I think I got that set up. Okie dokie dokie do. And just for those of you that don't know, I got a little surprise for you guys today. I do have a co-host, and it's the beautiful Miss Lisa Bevins back. Welcome,
Yes.
welcome.
Hello. Hang on. There, I'm not muted. Hello, lovely people.
I
Hello,
tried to.
Joe.
Hello, my dear. It's so great to see you and hear your voice.
Oh, it's so great to be back. Sorry, guys. Sorry
And
to worry some ears. And
oh
thank you,
Lord,
Joe, and the other person that contacted my daughter. And I very much appreciate it. She knew who you were, Joe,
I
before you
was
contacted her.
okay.
So
Good.
she come
Oh,
running into me and, Mum, Joe's contacted me, tried ringing me at 5:30 in the morning.
oh God, I forgot about that. I
No, she
wasn't.
was fine.
I wasn't even thinking about it. It's probably Molly was the other person I would say.
It was
And
Molly.
yeah,
I
she
just,
was.
yes.
She's back. I know. I was trying to surprise you guys. I was trying to catch you before you typed anything in chat, but it's
Sorry.
okay. It's all good. It's okay. Um, but yes, she's back, everybody. And look at
Thank
that.
you, Molly.
Not a
I
hair
love you,
on.
sweetheart.
Not a hair out of place. Just as lovely as always, Miss Lisa.
Thank you. I don't feel like there's a hair out of place. I feel like I've been dragged through the mill and back, but
I'll bet.
all good.
I'll bet.
I'm back.
Yes, you had. I'll be honest with you, and they can all attest to this. I was scared to death. I'll be honest with you. I really was. Um, we had I did a stream on my birthday, which was the day before Thanksgiving, and it was
Oh my
just
God.
what?
Happy birthday, sweetheart.
Oh,
I
thank you.
missed
Good
your
words.
birthday.
It's all good.
Now I feel
I
worse.
Yeah, I no, don't feel bad at all. I tried to sidestep you, Izzy. That's why I did that, but you asked me right out of the gate, and I was like, "Damn it, I can't surprise them if I tell you what's going on." But anyway, we did a stream on my birthday, and it was kind of fun. I just played a bunch of music. I shouldn't have. I had to block it. I couldn't get monetized for it, so which was no big deal. But I played a bunch of music that day, and we just kind of danced around, and sang and danced, and listened to music and talked. It was a good day, and I was so sad at the same time because you weren't here, and I was worried to death that day. As much as I tried to hide it, they all knew. That's why Molly contacted you because she knew. They just every single solitary day I was texting you and like, oh my God, she hasn't gotten back to me. And I'll be honest with you, I was petrified, Lisa. I was scared to death. And
I was
then,
starting to get a bit like that myself.
yeah, well, it's wonderful to see you. You have no idea. And the day of my birthday, it was a great birthday present, by the way, is the day that your daughter responded right after the live stream. And I was like, thank you, Jesus.
Yeah, no, like I said, she knows all about this. Charlene knows all about you, Joe. She knows what I do. She's the one that walked in here that day that you could see in the mirror, actually, that was bringing me coffee.
Okay,
And
okay.
she said to say thank you very much for
Oh,
contacting her. And
well,
she's very grateful you did. And
I'm
yeah, at any time, feel free to do so.
and please let her know that I'm grateful she responded because I couldn't remember her name. There was two people in your friends list on there. What's up, Breezy? And I'm like, I swear to God, this has got to be because she looks like you too a little bit. So I'm like, that's got to
Yeah,
be her. I went in and I was really worried that I was overstepping boundaries, but at that point in
no,
time, I was scared to death. And it's like, okay, if I get yelled at for this, it's worth it to me.
no.
I wasn't gonna not know. So,
You're part of family. So, no, you would never be yelled at. Like I said, she knows all about you.
well, that's good.
The
That's good.
grandchildren know all about you. So, come on. So you're very much part of family.
That's the
The
same
same
way it
as you
is.
guys.
Yes.
Same as Molly. She knows about Molly. Um, I do talk openly with my children,
No.
especially Charlene. I am extremely close with. So
Right.
we do dialogue back and forwards about everything. So, but yeah, she was as touched as I was. And I have to say that when she told me about that, it's brought me to tears, I might add, too. It's
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
it's so
It's okay.
refreshing to come across such loving, caring people, and I thank you all sincerely so much. And you all mean the world to me, especially you, Joe, as you know.
And and we love you as well. And that's why I I'll be honest with you, I brought myself to tears a couple of times. The day that she contacted me, it made me I teared up because I was so happy from what she told me to know that you were good. I mean, you weren't good, but you were okay. You know what I mean? And I was
Yeah.
petrified. Um, I had every excuse in the book. I was talking about the flooding, the water, or the electric going out, this, that, and everything else. And I said, she never does not respond to me, even if it's a day or
No.
so, not for a
Yep.
week. And I was like,
No.
something's not right. And I waited and I waited and I waited. And I said, finally, I can't take it anymore. Um, and I just messaged her. And that, like I said, the day of my birthday, the 23rd, that afternoon, um, is when she messaged me back. And I was super, super excited. So,
Yeah. Well, I'm glad you did that because there's no way I could make it 4 foot to the computer here, honest to God. The minute I moved, that was the end of me.
wow, it's pretty
But
bad.
it is so great to be back.
And it's so great to have you back. And if you'll excuse me one moment, I have to take care of something real fast. Miss Lisa, if you wouldn't mind, I'll be right
Not
back.
a problem.
Thank you,
Happy
my
to
dear.
do so. Hello, Izzy. Hi on the mic. CC. Molly. God, I missed you guys. Kim. Pacific Breeze. I love you all dearly. And Molly, the same goes for you, sweetheart. You didn't overstep the mark either, or line, whatever you want to call it. Was very grateful. April, oh, it is so fantastic to see you all. Thank you, April. It's wonderful to see you too. I feel like I have normality again. Sorry to have worried you all. If I honestly could somehow have got on here, there's no way in a million years my daughter would have got on here and done it for me. But yeah, I never thought to get her to couldn't even think properly, guys. Oh, thank you. I thought I'd put that there for you guys. My angel and the candle, Christmas candle, and that. Not to mention myself to cheer me up, make me feel like it's getting to Christmas. And as you can see, there's lights outside the window. Getting there. Have we all done our decorating? Yes, Kim, I am getting better. Thanks, love. So happy to see you too, Jen. Thank you for your prayers, your love and support. It means the world to me. I know I don't mean to on the mic. I have, outside of my own children, I had never been touched by so many people as what I was by those who messaged my daughter, and how much you all care. And I thank you all from the bottom of my heart, sincerely. You are just outstanding, beautiful people. Please don't ever forget that. But I've always said that. There are some remarkable people here. Wrath on my door. Tree not up yet. Main tree's not up yet. I've got 2 trees up. I have an upside down tree that I finally got up today with my daughter, that we hang from the ceiling upside down. And then there's the big 8-foot main tree that we haven't put up yet. Hi, Miss Brandy. So, have you done all your Christmas shopping yet, But? I haven't even started. It's one of my pet. I'm not a people person, as in lots of crowds in shopping centres, especially when people are nasty and inconsiderate. We got our Santa and he's off on the teeter. Oh, that's wonderful, is he? That's all right, Molly. No, I haven't started either, Brandy. Thank you on the mic. You're all amazing too. Incredibly amazing. But like I said, I always knew that the minute I met you all. Mama Bear. Thanks, Mama Bear. Miss all you beautiful people. It is just so nice to be in the one place where there's such caring, beautiful people that genuinely feel comfortable with being themselves and generally are not nasty people. They care. They care how others feel. They generally care about others. But like I said, you always need to remember to care about yourselves too. And remember, you're all beautiful. Beauty is not on the outside. I cheat. I let my children have their money. And I used to do that too, Izzy. When my kids got older, say, yeah, here, I'll get you one small thing and then you can go and buy your own stuff. But then I had to go shopping with them anyway. Thank you, Cece. So are you. Yep, did that too, Izzy. You can buy your presents. I'll wrap them and put them under the tree. Oh, and as for my dog, you can't see her because she is actually in under the blankets now because she's been clipped. And because it's still a bit chilly here, she hides under the blankets now. So she's not happy. Hi, Kitty, sweetie. How are you, love? Yeah, I'd pull her out the blankets, but I might after. I like to annoy her and rip her back out of the bed. That's good, Kitty love. Glad to hear it. And it seems you're making pasta baskets. Oh, that's lovely, Pacific. I know, Kim. Thank you so much, sweetheart. I honestly missed all of yours. This has become my sanity. My 6-year-old my 6-year-old grandson uses my laptop and my computer. They're so smart now. So technically smart. But it's beautiful. Grandchildren are just amazing. Besides your own children, at least grandchildren you can spoil and hand back. Not that I want to sometimes. Same as her, Izzy. It's a fight over the plate. And the worst part is, honest to God, you can see where she's laying. Here, look, I'll show you. Because she thinks she's human. So later on, she'll actually put her head on the pillow with the blankets just off her pillow because she likes to think she's human. Yeah, well, we're not supposed to be in winter here, Kitty. We're supposed to be in summer. And it's been cold. Not exactly warm, and it's only stopped raining as of yesterday, finally, here. So, and tomorrow's meant to be, I think, 25 and then 30. Oh, no, 29 on Friday. Saturday, because I had my grandson's birthday party. Yeah, me too, Cece. My children and my nephew, my niece, says nephews and nieces. But I've noticed something. So catching up today on everything that's gone a little, I think all the criminals have come out since I've been sick. The shooting at the nightclub, the shooting at Walmart, the Idaho 4. Oh my God. Lalani's finally arrested. Yeah, me too, Izzy. I'm very, I don't alter. My grandchildren know my rules and they do not sway. Whereabouts are you, Pacific, if you don't mind me asking? I'm so over rain. So over rain. I don't cope with cold so well. I'm a heat person. Put me in 35 to 40 degree heat and I am at my happiest. No, Mama Bear, no. I'm in Victoria. Victoria tends to have 4 seasons in one day. Queensland is warmer. Sydney's warmer, but yeah, Victoria's pretty cold and miserable up into summer, usually around the start of October it starts to warm up. By now we should be having really warm days, but we have had no warm days. We have just had that constant rain. Oh, you're in California. Oh, wow. You're sending me. Just, yep, I'm not going to pronounce that. I'm going to slip up. The court live stream for. Are you talking about Jared? Kitty, the one where they got closed down because the YouTuber in there and they had them talking. Yeah, love that Celsius. So what is it? Double it and add 30, I think, for Fahrenheit. Yeah, makes my body ache too, love. Oh, I'd love to go to Canada. My daughter also, Charlene, would love to go to Canada. I'm doing well with my words tonight. Such a beautiful place. So you are talking about that, Kitty. Yeah, that's a shame, sadly, because now it's been what is it? Next week he goes back in there, I think. And they didn't know it was against the law for him to be live streaming it from Utah either. So you can't really blame them if they didn't know that. Well, 2 weeks, yeah. That's still 2 weeks. The victim's now got to go through all that emotion again and build herself up to be in that courtroom and face him. And so, even by Zoom, the emotion that she's going to once again have to go through to work herself up to be in there, it's as good as being re-victimized, and you can see why a lot of women won't go through it, sadly. It's not fair. Just not fair. My heart aches for this lady. And we pray to God there is justice for her. But I really think that's why he brought that other house, because so he could clear out from where he lives and the neighbours and just move into this other house so nobody knows what he's like. Dear, I don't know, Mama Bear. He has somebody there. No, I did not, Miss Brandy. I cannot bring myself to watch that woman. I believe that woman got off too easy with what she did to her daughter. Supposedly did to her daughter, because she wasn't found guilty. Yeah, somebody come to the door, Mama Bear, and he excused himself. She got paid to do that interview too, I think, which stinks. Come visit you, Jen. Love to, sweetheart. Yeah, and Judy blamed everybody else, but it was, yeah, I know, I heard that. He started talking to his people that were following him, saying, share, subscribe. No, I won't either, Vicky. I really disliked that woman. I don't think she'd know truth if she fell over it. It's 32. He would win Chiller 22. Kind of counts out the 32. Yeah, I saw that. Oh, and his parents' name. I thought it went in his wife's name. Wow. He was definitely prepared, wasn't he? The new house, half of the assets going in his wife's name, certain other things put in his wife's name. He definitely knew what was coming. but he has that arrogance about him. I saw it in every video he did. That don't get me wrong, I followed AWP, but not as much as I did when Doug was doing more of the work. But I always found Jared to be a cocky, I am it, look at me type of person. Smoothie Cakes, how are you, sweetheart? And now, love. No, I couldn't believe she got off either. Okay. Well, one can hope. Pacific. It's 33 and real feel 41. Sunshine tomorrow, it's supposed to be 51. That's Fahrenheit, though, is it not, Mama Bear? He is very cocky. He has a godlike attitude. I am untouchable and I am invincible. Gives some comfort that not miserable enough. Her daughter didn't get to have a life, so that doesn't really comfort me. She still gets to go out. She still gets to visit friends. She still has a chance to have another child. She still has a chance to be happy. So, no, that really doesn't comfort me. I'm good, thanks, T. 2014, 2014. Good to see you too. Yeah, that would be interesting, wouldn't it? Put him in there with Daryl. But he's an offender too. And then wants to fight. But she told me she was 18. Boy, you lost that argument when you become an offender anyway. Doesn't work. CC, when you can work that out, hun, explain it to me. I don't think we would ever understand it because that's not who we are. We can't allow our minds to go there. And yet they seem to do it like it's a natural thing. Oh, that was the other one I heard. The father that strangled his 15-month-old daughter or 11-month-old daughter and then decapitated her. His own daughter. So the world's just gone criminally crazy since I got sick. So I'm trying to catch up on all this stuff today, going, oh my God. You didn't hear about that one, Vicky? The guy they were after? He apparently had a fight with the mother and strangled his daughter and then, yeah. Yes, because somehow the child caused that problem, right? And you must have felt like such a big man holding an 11-month-old, or I'm pretty sure she was 11-month-old, and doing that to her, you big tough guy. Thank you, Smoothie. I put that there just for some Christmas cheer for you guys. Oh, okay, is he? I didn't hear that. I only caught briefly of what he did and that they were after him. Another sicko. But wow, the amount of events that have happened since I've been sick, and the amount of people that have lost their lives. You're not wrong, Kitty. It's like, do we now go to bed and more so you guys in America, but do you kind of wake up every morning going, thank God I'm still here. Thank God I'm still alive. I give thanks that I'm still able to wake up. Yeah. Me too, Vicky. Different world. It's just a nasty world. And I still say, oh, yes, I heard that too, Kitty, because that's what they need. Betty will go in there and solve the crime. Being polite. Because she watched CSI and all the rest of it. Moving right along. Sorry, just my joke for the day. Yeah. But you know, the one thing I've noticed, Izzy, which is what I was just going to say, is that since COVID, you noticed before COVID, right? You know, you had your, what people like to call haters. I just like to call them miserable, or somebody that's got something really bad going on in their life and needs some love and attention. But anyway, but now since COVID, it has become so acceptable that people praise more people doing bad things and being awful to others than what they praise people doing the right thing and being polite to each other and using common sense. Thanks, Miss Brandy. Yeah, I did hear about it, Smoothie, and how they shut the court and adjourned it. That's true, Kitty. Very true. I think, Smoothie, I honestly believe that we've allowed Karens to be Karens by making a big thing out of it and laughing about it. We've allowed people to be abusive because everybody stands back, and then they had their supporters, so they're no better than really, when you think about it, they're no better than bullies in a schoolyard. Everybody just stands back and watches now. And it's become more and more acceptable, kind of like swearing in public. It's just become a second nature thing. And I'm still the person that's outraged by swearing, especially around my grandchildren. I am the person that is outraged of a man abusing a woman that I will step in, or I will call authorities. I'm the woman that's also outraged. And don't get me wrong, I'm not the woman that will sit there and watch a child have a tantrum and the mother going crook at him, and call authorities. But overstep that mark and slap that child across the face. That's where I have an issue. Drop to the floor and do a tantrum in front of me, in front of the child. Trust me, they stop like that. I'll explain to the child without yelling at them. And yeah, we all lose frustration. We all get frustrated. I take that all into consideration too. But it's time that we all stop whatever we're going through, taking it out on everybody else. Or because that person doesn't fit in our little box, or dress the way we dress, or don't talk the way we talk, that we should be abusing them or taking our frustrations out on them, or because they're achieving or they're not achieving. You know, most of my life I remember stay-at-home mothers always got a like they didn't work, they didn't do anything. And people forget being a parent is a 24/7 job. You don't get to knock off. You don't get paid. You're on call 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. How dare anybody minimize that? And you can't retire at 18. Your kids are always going to need you. Shankwella did not even attempt to defend her. Oh, that was the other one. Herself will fight back. Because they thought she was asleep, I heard. They reckon that they started on her when she was asleep. And that could possibly be the other reason too, Mama Bear. Yeah, that's what I do too, Smoothie. Or talk to the mother and help her calm down a bit, relieve that frustration. Sometimes that's all it takes is a kind word. They're just frustrated. Bullying this one and bullying that one. I just can't handle that anymore. That's not what. No, I agree, Izzy. It's not who cares what other channels are doing? I mean, don't get me wrong, I care in respects. However, it's not up to me to be YouTube police and tell them how to run their channel. Everybody's entitled to do what they want to do. If they're doing the wrong thing, sooner or later, I believe and hope that they will lose their channel, or that they'll lose their subscribers and work out they're doing it the wrong way. But I guess there's an audience for anything. Yeah, well, I only heard that late this afternoon, Mama Bear, that when they were saying that they put a warrant out for the girl's arrest, that they now believe that she was asleep when she was attacked. How true that is, I'm not going to say that's 100% fact. Yeah, truly involving themselves in cases. We can talk about them. But, yeah, I don't want to involve myself in a case. Do you know what scares me more than anything? BHB is one of them. That they're going to go to the wrong person's place. And not only are they going to do it over a victim or a death or something, but them two are going to end up in the news deceased. Or somebody's going to go real life too far, and one of their followers, not saying you guys, because you guys have got common sense, and you're allowed to speak your mind, which is what it should be about, because without their audience, they're nobody. However, and I'll digress after this, I promise, if you watch some of them, they tend to pull their audience their ways or no way. So then they had these such strong followers, sadly, who are looking to look up to somebody in life through being lonely or feeling the need to be part of something. And sadly, these people then become their like henchmen. And it only takes a couple or one unstable person that they're pushing to do something about or stand up for me, and something's going to happen. And I believe if you are running a channel, you have a duty of care to anybody and everybody that is watching you. Oh, yeah, I agree with that too, Izzy, providing it's under another name. But they do get caught out for that too. In
I am
my opinion
so
too.
sorry.
Smoothie. Although I will say, I will happily go to a scene well after the fact, like the documentary I'm going to try to do about Jaden Lesky for you, because it's years after. But yeah, not why it's happening. I don't agree with that. Sorry. Welcome back, Joe.
Yes, yes, yes. And I am my apologies. I had somebody that came to my house that I do well, you guys know I collect toys, action figures, whatever, blah blah blah. And this person came here to look at my collection for whatever reasons and stuff like that. And I kind of explained, I told him not to come at a certain time because I was going to be doing this, but this is the exact time it showed up. So I'm very sorry, everybody. And welcome to those of you that have showed up since I've been gone. Miss Schmooby, April. Let's see who we got. Liza, welcome, welcome, welcome. Vicky, good to see you. Mama Bear, welcome back. Kitty Halicor, I think I said that correctly. Good to see you guys. Thank you so much for joining us. And as you all see, I'm sure it was a nice surprise to pop in and see Miss Lisa on screen. She is back, everybody, and she's doing good. As I was
Sure am.
saying, super excited about that. We missed you so much, ma'am. You know that. You have to know that. We did.
I do. And
What
I
is
thank
up,
you all
Lance?
so much. Lance, how you going, sweetheart?
Yeah, everybody was just as worried as I was. They were just like, "Have you heard from her? You know what's going on?" And as you saw, Molly just went right ahead and she started looking too, and so, and it makes
I
my
know.
day to see you, movie. So welcome everybody. We have our lovely co-host back, and she is healthy and has that beautiful smile. It's great to have you back, my dear. I'm so happy to see you. Ugh.
It is so great to be back. Some sanity in my life.
Yeah, well, if this is sanity, then I guess that's okay because same thing. But yes,
This is sanity.
right, right. I tell you what, you guys, these things right here, this brand, you can see it, Ricola or however you pronounce it, cola. These are
Mm-hmm.
the best cough drops that I have ever taken in my life. They actually make me feel better. Miss Cece
And
with
that's the
this
way it
super
should
sticker.
be. Sorry, that should be the way it should be done, Izzy. And thank you, CC.
Thank you so much.
That's what we
Uh,
expect for you all to have your own opinions and your own minds. You should never, anybody that needs to look up to somebody that much that they are so blindly led by them
mm-hmm.
needs to look in the mirror,
That's a
because
fact.
that's the only person you should ever be blindly led by, and that's yourself.
And that's why
Regardless of what I say, regardless of what Joe says, we're not here for you to agree with us.
oh, and it, you don't have to. You don't
Nope.
have to. You don't have. That's what I do. That's what this is all about.
Mm.
Everybody has their own opinions or theories or just what they think or feel, and whether we agree on it or not, that's the whole point, guys. That's how people come up with why is this doing this. Um, that's how you come up with things. You know, this one person can say one thing, I can say something else. Miss Lisa can say something else. And out of the mix of that, we kind of blend it together and we come up with something. You know what I mean?
And then you go, oh, I never thought of it that way. Oh, I never thought of it. Which is how
Exactly.
a lot of investigators do it. They get in a room and brainstorm their ideas.
That's a fact. That is a fact. I'm trying to work this out, Miss CC. Oh, here we go. Sorry. And once again, my dear, thank you, Miss CC, for the super sticker. Very much appreciated. No, I've never heard of the Uncle Tom's Mint Balls, Pamela. I'll have to look into it though. As you guys can hear, my voice is slowly going away. It happens every time. Every time. But so thank the Lord that Miss Lisa's here. You guys can hear a different voice for a change.
So, Joe, I need to ask you,
Absolutely.
did you hear about that? Seems the world just, well, America, I'll rephrase that, went criminally crazy since I was sick.
Yes.
So you had the nightclub shooting,
Yes.
Walmart shooting.
Yes.
Lalani got arrested. They found Quentin Simon partial, thank God.
Yes.
Then we had the Idaho 4.
Yes.
But then...
Shanquella.
Yep.
Robinson.
But then there was the father that strangled his 11-month-old daughter and then decapitated her. And now they're after him.
When did that happen? Good God.
In between all that, and I forget where he's from, but they're after him over there.
Oh my God. I've not even heard of that one.
He apparently had a fight with his girlfriend, and he strangled his daughter and then decapitated her. And for the life of me, I can't think of the name.
An 11-month-old child?
I'm pretty sure his daughter was 11 months old.
Good God.
Well, thank you, Cece.
I have not heard of that one. That's horrifying.
It is, isn't it?
What is wrong with people these days, you guys? I don't get
Oh, yes, and Michael Monkey Vaughn. There's an update on that today.
They're supposed to be doing a whatchamacallit here soon.
A press conference.
Yes, thank you. I can't thank, sorry.
No, that's all right.
Been
there, done that.
Welcome, Squirrely. Good to see you, my dear. Miss Lisa's back, as you see.
I promise, April, I don't ever want to. I have not been sick for a long time.
You're not allowed to do it again for a while.
In between, all of a sudden, like I got up and then I started being sick and then I got hot sweats. Then I couldn't stand up. I got dizzy and I kept falling to the ground. Then because of being sick, it becomes a vicious cycle because then my jaw locks up.
You had that happen to you?
3 times.
Oh my God, I'm so sorry.
So, yep, it's been fun and games.
By the way,
but
I want to ask real quick before I forget. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. Whoever did this for me, thank you so much. These were on my Amazon wish list. These are amazing, you guys. These are awesome. Whoever picked these out or whoever purchased these for me, thank you so much. I appreciate you. These are great. And now I don't have to hear everything. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, Lisa. I just wanted to get it out before I forgot. Right. Yeah, it was sad that day, Schmovie.
Stop loving Pacific Breeze. That is dead on, but not here.
That's why we do what we do, Breezy.
Yep.
That's exactly what. Yes, Schmovie. I was really sad the day that we did my birthday stream. I'll be honest with you, because she wasn't here, because I knew she would have had a blast that day with us.
I would have too.
It was so much fun, Lisa. I mean, it was kind of like, I can't remember how to explain how to like, I was torn because I was enjoying myself, as was most people in here. at the
Mm.
same time, I was thinking about you in the back of my mind, and it was like, okay, I feel guilty because I'm enjoying myself, but I can't do that. And if she was here, we'd be having a blast because we really did have a good time. Um,
Dude,
but we're gonna.
did you twerk?
I, I, I did not get out of my chair, but I was dancing in
Oh,
my.
he failed again.
I'm gonna do it. I promised, and I don't break promises. It's gonna happen. Um, we will be doing that type of a stream. I figured out based on what people said, at least once a month, we're gonna do something like that as a wind
It's a good
down.
idea.
Yeah, it's we're gonna wind down. I'm not gonna worry about YouTube with that one. I'm not gonna. It's not. They won't be monetized or any of that kind of crap. I'll just unlink it and we'll just have a blast. At least one time a
Yep.
month. Sit back and chill. You know. Yes. Can we have a Christmas tune show? Absolutely, Pamela. That sounds like
Yep.
fun. That
Why
actually
not?
sounds like a blast. Yes, we will do that. Party stream. I had a great time. I'm telling you right now. Like my wife had to work that day. Other than the fact that you weren't here, um, my wife had to work that day, so I was here by myself. And I said, you know what? I'm gonna do the first half of the day is going to I'm gonna hang out with this part of my family here. Um, and I didn't know for sure how I was gonna do it. I knew I love
Mm.
music, and I knew I wanted to listen to music, and most of you guys do too. So I just started playing different songs. I showed my playlist, and I started playing what I have on my playlist, and little by little, and then I was taking requests for certain things, and I was even messing around with my guitar a little bit. It was a fun day, and I think it
Mm.
was a good 3 hours, and then the second half of the day was the rest of my family here, so it was fun.
It's the
Other
way to
than
do it.
you not being here, because it would have been 100% better with you here, but that's okay.
Oh, it's all
Yes,
right. I'll be here for the next one
that
for
is
our
what we're gonna
Christmas
do.
bash.
Yes, we will have a Christmas party, 100%. And I had people donating to me for my birthday, and that was so well appreciated. I got to go out to dinner with my family, first time in a year and a half
Oh,
that I've
that's
been to a
wonderful.
restaurant. It was amazing. You know, they just made my day perfect for me.
That's
It's a,
beautiful.
so, and again, the only thing that was missing was you. So we will make up for that.
I'm here now,
That's right,
and
you
I'm
are.
sorry.
You don't need to apologize for that at all. Yeah,
A New Year's
probably,
stream.
probably.
Mm.
Um, we'll have to see what's going on here, but we probably can.
I don't know if YouTube would be happy sitting on here for a year, but
Yeah, that's true. That is true.
I do. It's an old woman's joke, that one. I say that every year to my daughter. Well, it's time you went home. We've been here since last year.
Right, right. So, welcome everybody. Thank you all for welcoming Miss Lisa back. As I said, we've all missed her tremendously.
Thank you all.
Have you? I know you were pretty sick, but have you followed any of the University of Idaho stuff, Lisa?
I caught up with it all today.
Okay. What do
I caught up
you?
with everything today. That's why I just rattled all that off because my head's like, it's like, did something happen in that time? Did everybody just decide, hey, quick, Lisa's sick, we'll go out and murder everybody?
Everything, yeah, that's what it seems like, really.
It's
I was April.
unbelievable.
Yeah, thank Smoothie and everybody that donated to me. Yeah, we got to go out for the first time in a year and a half the night of my birthday for dinner, and it was awesome. And that was
But
because of
now
you
I
guys. You
have a
hurt.
theory about that Idaho fight after hearing what I heard the last bit just before I jumped on here, actually.
Uh-huh.
But anyway, you may start.
What why what did I'm lost. Say that again. What you just said, what you were talking about?
Okay, so the whole guessing of where all the victims were, right?
Oh yeah.
And then you find out that um, the two girls upstairs were in the one room. Madison and here I
Oh,
go.
Madison and Kaylee. They were in one room
Thank
and
you.
they're in one
Yes.
bed together.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going blank.
Ethan.
Ethan and
I can never say her name either.
yeah, what's the girl's name? God bless,
Start
God bless
starts
her heart.
starts with an A. I'm sorry. I feel
Yeah,
bad.
I can't think of it. Like I said,
Um,
I was trying to catch it up all today. Um, we're downstairs on the second floor, not downstairs, on the second floor, right?
right. Yeah.
So right up into today, following, because I went back from the start and followed it through
Right.
as like what the police put out and everything, rather than jump the gun.
Thank you, Mama Bear. Xana.
And
That's right.
that is Xana. They made it sound like the two girls upstairs were in separate rooms,
Mm-hmm.
and Ethan and of course Xana were in the one room. Now it didn't take me long to work out that Ethan was found on the floor, because if
Yes.
everybody listened virtually around the first report, that
Mm-hmm.
was accidentally tripped up in that. But anyway, regardless of that, so then, not Madison, Kaylee had broken up with her boyfriend, Jack, right?
Jack. Yes.
Jack. And then somebody, a friend of theirs, had come out and said that Madison had been the focus because she was nearly decapitated. She
Mm-hmm.
wasn't decapitated. Now, so if we go back to the Jack and Kaylee scenario,
Mm-hmm.
here's a thought, and it's only a thought. I could be far from it.
Well, that's what we do here.
So, just to bounce something out, what if, and I'm not putting the girls down in any way, shape, or form, what if Kaylee broke up with Jack to be with Madison?
That I know where you're going with
Not
that.
saying
No,
that,
no, no. Right.
but maybe they were experimenting, or maybe they did have feelings for each other.
Well, and that's interesting. I see. That's why I like this. Madison and Kylie, have known each other since they were 6, 7 years old. Okay. Um, all the way up through now they're in college together. They sleep in the same house, obviously in the same bed at times.
Mm-hmm.
And that situation threw me when I found out they were in the same bed.
And they were both calling Jack.
Yes. Yes. So there is a very big possibility that could be an option. Okay. And, I have Jack and Jake both on my list. Jake is Maddie's boyfriend.
Yeah, the ex-boyfriend.
Right. And I had a video that I had showed them of some pretty nasty words being said by Maddie to Jake, and Jake being very controlling, telling Maddie, don't ever wear that outfit again in public, and blah blah blah, so on and so forth. So these are all very big possibilities with this case, guys. Very much so.
And see, contrary to what people think, there are a lot of guys that really do not handle being left by a girl for another girl. Or are they into that type of thing?
Well, here's the thing. A man has pride, first off. Second off, a man cannot compete with another woman as well as he can with another man. Okay.
Yep.
And that is like the utmost. What do you can't fix that. You're not a girl. You're not a woman. So
Mm.
there's nothing to compete with, that's two different levels of things. So that being said, I can go that direction a little bit. Now, again, I know they were very close, like sisters, blah, 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 so on and so forth, but experimentation does happen,
Of course it does.
okay? Especially with
A
women,
lot
more
of
with,
women would be lying if they said it doesn't.
right.
Sorry.
And it does happen more with women way more with women than it does with men, so on and so
Yes.
forth. Now, at the same time, it could just be that, like I said, my wife and her girl, like her friends, have slept in the same bed, when they've gone out, so on and so forth. And there was
So have
nothing to
I.
it, right? And there's nothing to
But
it.
but what father then comes out and says, but they're not lovers?
No, that's true. That is true.
Because my daughters have slept with their best friends,
Hmm.
and I have been asked about it, and I can guarantee you not once have I said, but they're not lovers. And these were friends that they'd known for years.
Yeah.
I didn't even think of that, actually,
Yep.
to be quite honest. And my daughter and her friend were single at the time. Actually, both my daughters that had very close friends that they would sleep with were single at the time. But not once did I utter them words.
And here's that thing: they don't have to be. They wouldn't have to have been lovers for it to happen.
No.
Experimentation, it is what it is. Especially when alcohol's involved,
Oh,
it
I was
makes
just going to say that.
yeah, it makes inhibitions way easier to come across. If you know what I'm saying, okay?
That's why they usually drunk dial boyfriends.
Right.
Mm.
Thank you. Um, who knows what all is being thrown at them to say
Oh,
that?
no,
Right.
Vicky, I didn't mean because they were in the same bed, love, that they were lovers, but they are extremely close.
Mm-hmm.
I've got 4 daughters, and I have seen very close friendships with my daughters throughout the years, one right from high school, very much like these two,
Right.
with 2 daughters of mine. And they slept together. They had boyfriends separately. One would have a boyfriend, one wouldn't. They both would not have boyfriends. They'd go and stay at each other's house, sleep in the same bed, etc., etc. But boys, so when they were parting company with their friends, and I can speak on this, especially my daughter. When my daughter split up with her boyfriend, he blamed the girlfriend,
Thank you, Mama Bear.
and he accused my daughter of being attracted to the girlfriend. Yet he
Mm-hmm.
knew this game the same length, this girl, sorry, the same length of time as my daughter, and knew about their friendship.
Right.
It was only into my daughter broke it off with him that he blamed the girlfriend and then accused them, because they had slept in the same bed, of having a sexual relationship, or that they wanted each other.
And here's the thing:
Men do misconstrue things,
all the time.
especially if the girls tended to drop the boys for each other, if
Right.
that makes sense.
And here's the thing: even if there is no sexual aspect to it, you guys,
Mm.
men get jealous of friends that spend too much time together.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, you know what I'm saying? Like if if say for instance Jack wanted to hang out with Kaylee, but Kaylee was spending too much time with Madison or whatever, going here, going there, and this and that. That can cause a jealous scenario too. Is what it can
Mm.
be any direction you look at it. There's just options of you know different variations of this, and people wouldn't be looking for these things if this case was cut and dry, and it was an easier solution to see. That's the problem with
Mm.
this. It's not. This is another crazy one that being that there's no suspects, there's no murder weapon, there's nothing, and it's been how
Mm.
long, you guys? You know what I mean? The police have nothing, literally.
Yep.
So this is why everybody is reaching for things like why did this happen? Who did
And
this?
can I just say something? Regardless of what anybody thinks, even if them two girls were getting together to be in a relationship,
Thank you,
there
Molly.
is nothing wrong with that,
No,
nor did they deserve anything to happen to them.
no,
In
not at
this
all.
day and age, it should not be frowned upon or say, although no, not them two, they would never,
Right.
because there could be that chance. None of us knew them. None of us knew what their feelings were. And half the time, sadly, as we all know, if
Yeah.
that's how they're feeling, they're not forthcoming with their parents straight away either.
Well, of course not, because some of those things you don't know how your parents are going to react,
No,
so they don't know how to approach them with it. It is what it is, you know. Um, no, and you're right, Vicky. We don't know, and that's the biggest part of this. Because I do feel, I think law enforcement has something,
me too.
something. Okay, I do think they have something, and I don't blame them for keeping it close to their chest because this case is very high profile, and this case needs to be dealt with. Like again, one and done. There can't you can't take any chances on this. So I get it, I do. You know, and they need to keep the important stuff close. This, you know, there are a lot of could be would be's. Like I said the other day, Ethan's
And
brother,
a lot of slip ups.
yes, very much so. Ethan's brother could be involved in this. Who knows? I'm not taking anything off the table with this as of right now. Okay, until they give us something.
But
It
even the 5 hour gap for the couple, Ethan and
yeah,
Santa,
yes,
is that nobody can say where they were is rather
right,
odd, especially two and a
right.
half weeks later. Why the secrecy?
Why aren't the fraternity? Why aren't the people in the fraternity house talking about it? Why?
Mm.
These were his fraternity brothers. They knew whether he was there or wasn't there. Period. But they're saying they
So
don't
did his
know
own, but his brother and sister were there too
exactly. His
at the
the
same party.
other two of the triplets were in that house
Yeah.
at that party at that time, and they're saying they don't know. What is now? Come on, it doesn't make sense. Okay,
Mm.
and that's what I'm saying. Somebody knows something, and either they're afraid to talk about it, or um, they're not talking about it because they're involved in it. That's my thought on that. Okay, and I'm not gonna say that this kid that these were triplets and that he couldn't have done that to his brother. I'm not gonna say that because I've seen worse things like that
Not
happen,
in this
guys.
day and age.
I
I
have
don't
seen
think
worse
he
things
did.
happen.
Yeah, me too.
I
I
don't
don't
either,
think he did. But
but nothing's coming off the table with me.
however,
Nothing.
the thing that made me think the police are honing in on somebody or have a fair idea is how very quickly they rattled through. Oh no, we've cleared him, and we've cleared him, and we've cleared him, and we've
Yeah,
cleared them, and we've cleared all the people.
and they did do
My
that
own,
very
my
quickly.
my biggest issue I found with this whole thing is that the two downstairs, and no, I'm not blaming them either.
Right.
I don't think they did it, but the two downstairs. So one goes upstairs, obviously sees Ethan on the floor. Call me a little stupid, but we're talking about 20-year-old children, not 10-year-olds, 14-year-olds. We're talking about 20-year-old children. Uh,
Right.
well, they're kids to me anyway. But
Yeah.
they
Welcome,
see
Michelle.
him laying on the floor. You're telling me she then passes out, right?
One of them
Because
did. Yeah.
this is where the unconscious person comes in, which is not exactly true because I'll explain it to you,
Right.
which you would know. So then the other roommate goes, oh my God, she's passed out. I'll now go and ring how many friends?
Mm-hmm.
And I'll sit in this house with an unconscious person next to a dead person, next to blood all over the wall here. But I'll sit down here, ring friends, and patiently wait
Mm-hmm.
because apparently this other person couldn't go 911. Hello, I got my
Right.
friend's just passed out. My roommate's just passed out. Oh my God, there's a body here and all the rest of it. No, we're
Mm-hmm.
going to ring friends first, and then they're all going to come over, go
Right.
tracing through that house,
Right.
and then not one person talk on 911, but several others. So we're
Right.
passing the phone around. That all
Yes.
sounds really odd to me.
It's very ridiculous considering, and I said this the other day. I showed this to my wife. Okay, somebody when we first looked at the pictures, they showed a picture of the house. Okay, and the exterior of the foundation, there were red dripping marks on the outside of it, and
On
somebody
the
said,
outside.
yeah, somebody on the outside of the foundation said, nope,
Yep.
that is oil, that's this, that's that.
No,
No,
it's
it's
not.
not.
It's
That
blood.
is blood, and there
Yep,
is that much
100% that
blood
is
in
blood.
that house. Yes, that is a lot of blood to be doing that. Okay, so the girl that passed out, that makes sense, but why? How did you not know enough to call 911 immediately? Immediately, I don't. That makes
First,
no sense.
remove yourself out of the house because you don't know
Yeah.
who's in it.
Yes.
But then
Yes.
call 911. Or why aren't you outside screaming for neighbours for help?
Right. I mean, this doesn't. That makes zero sense to me.
Plus, as you know,
They
9
do have.
hours later, what did it work out to be? 9 hours? So they're saying 4. They
Yeah.
found them at 11, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's what, 4, 8 hours, somewhere around there.
Yeah, roughly. Yeah. Yeah.
You and I both know, because you worked as an EMT and a firefighter,
Yes, ma'am.
you'd know that at that point, the smell of the blood,
Oh yeah.
the smell of the discharge from the body, because we lose everything, the smell in that house.
Takes 3 hours, guys. 3 hours, and it all starts to happen.
That's right. The smell would hit you as you come up them stairs like you walked into a brick wall.
And don't forget, like she's saying, this happened until, like she just said, 8, 9 hours later. So it's
Mm,
there. The smell, all of it, everything is in and is kicked into full effect. So,
yep.
Tony, that's a great point that you made there. I did notice that myself. That's why I had that up there. But yes, Miss Lisa is absolutely correct. Um, and thank you, Miss Brandy. By the way, thank you to anybody who has donated to the Cash App, Venmo, and PayPal. Very much appreciated, guys. Um, what do you mean, Vicky? What do you mean 3 hours? That's correct, Smoothie. Even small children know how to call 911. And you're right, Breezy. It does not make any sense. You call 911 after you run out of the house to the neighbors or something and say, "Hey, these people are dead." Don't tell me you didn't know that they were deceased. Okay, because I heard that from multiple news sources stating that they didn't realize that was what it was. That's bullshit. I'm sorry. It was probably just
Okay,
a
what if? Okay, now I tested my kids through this on my daughter today, I should say. I
It's
rephrase
okay,
that.
Vicky.
And like I said to my daughter, who I know um,
I got you,
is
kitty.
is um, trained in emergency first aid,
Yeah.
so I suppose she's at more of an advantage. But I said to her, if you walked in and saw me unconscious on the floor, or what you presume to be unconscious on the floor,
Mm-hmm.
like she said, the first thing most people do, and I do it myself because that's how I was trained,
Yep.
is to go over to them, shake,
Oh
touch
yeah.
them, feel for a pulse. So even if you didn't see blood, the minute you touched them, you would know that they are
Something's
no
not
longer
right.
there.
Yes, something's not right.
But like I said, that smell would be the biggest giveaway ever, because you'd want. I'm sorry, and I've got to put it this way: you'd walk up the stairs and go, "Oh my God, what the hell died in this house?"
Mm-hmm.
Sorry to put it that way,
No, I
but
mean, that's
that's
the only
the
way to put
exact
it.
smell. And it
Yes.
is a smell you cannot get rid of. It is something you'll never forget, the smell of it.
Nope. It's it stays in here. I can smell it right now as we're talking about
Me
it.
too. Yep.
Um, and it starts within 3 hours, guys. Within three
Yeah.
hours. And it was way more than 3 hours. So yes,
Yep.
that was there, and they did know. And that Schmooby,
And
that's
then you don't
exactly it.
know what heating was on in that house either that could have.
Well, we see the weather in Idaho right now. It's cold. It's been cold. They got snow, so they had the heat cranking in that house. I promise you. Okay,
Mm,
house full of girls. You know they're cold.
yep.
The
You're
heat's got to
right.
be close to 75, 80
Which
degrees in
would
there.
escalate
Uh huh.
decomposure.
Uh huh. Exactly. So yes, they had to have figured something out. And that point right there, Shmovy, between two of them, one fainted. Yes, I know. Blah blah blah.
Mm.
They couldn't call 911, but could call friends.
Yeah. How does that
That
make
that
sense?
that bothers me. You're right. That
That
bothers
bothers
me.
me too. I can't make a 911 call which would get somebody who knew what they were doing here faster,
Yep.
but I can make a longer phone call, put in a longer number, or hit
Yes.
friend.
Yes.
But there wasn't just one friend invited. It was several. So did we sit there and go, well, I've called him. Let me call him. Let me call him. And the whole time the other one still passed out up
Yeah.
there.
Yeah. At
Because
least.
as you know, the minute you pass out and hit the floor, you're awake.
Well, yeah.
Unless you've been belted in the head or something,
You
right?
should be right, and
Yeah.
they were probably dehydrated, both of them, because they were drinking the night before.
Mm.
Um, and tired, and so on and so forth. So that probably helped in that part of that. But here's the thing: at least call 911 because the girl passed out. That still didn't happen. They called friends.
That's right.
Okay. I mean, it doesn't make any sense.
Not
I
to
don't
me,
get
it
it.
didn't.
Now here,
That's the thing that
the only
is a
thing I'm going to
little.
give it, I'll give it to them because they're children. That's the only thing. Children make bad decisions. Okay, and in a shock, I can see it, but it
What
still doesn't
now
make
we
sense.
have twin. Now we have synchronized shocking,
Well,
but in that
that
shock,
doesn't make sense. Yes, you're correct.
now we have synchronized shocking, and in that shock, they can still ring friends.
Yeah,
I ain't calling friends first. One, I'm removing myself out of that house commonsensically,
yeah,
and I am screaming for any neighbour as well as calling 911
right,
because I am not putting myself at risk in that house.
right. And do you see this comment here? The fraternity or sorority was to be contacted first. What's that all
Which
about?
is really odd. And that's what I thought too, because it's funny because the triplets' mother said that she was notified by her son
Mm-hmm.
that the other son had been stabbed, which means he was there
Yep.
as one of the friends they called.
And no, I know what you're saying, Kitty. Yes, they did call after they contacted their friends. They came
Friends,
over,
yeah.
and the friends are the ones that contacted 911 because they couldn't handle it. I get it, but that's the point. Is what we're saying. Um, there's some weird things going on with this, guys. I'll be honest with you. I've seen different situations like this. Nothing ever like this, but you know what I mean.
No,
Um, and there's just some weird things that don't fit in place right now.
I have, look, guys, honestly, I have dealt with the most youngest and the most scaredest people to get involved in anything or actually do go into their body shuts down, they just freeze
Mm-hmm.
to do anything but put a person laying on the ground. And I've
Right.
done this through because I used to do emergency training here,
Mm-hmm.
right? For fireys, for ambulances here, right? So you would literally put an unconscious person on the ground who they believe was unconscious, didn't know it was a training exercise, anything. they walked into it.
Mm-hmm.
I've also done it for school children. We're
Right.
talking about 14, 15, 16-year-olds
Oh
who
yeah.
had to do part of this to pass their year 11 and year 12, right?
Mm-hmm.
So anyway, you put it unconscious, you set it all up that they don't know what they were walking into.
Mm-hmm.
There was not one person, and I knew of 4 that went into that freeze shock
Mm-hmm.
after they walked up and touched the person and
Right.
shook them.
Yep.
It was never prior to that. They'd look and go, "Oh, hello, are you all right?" And they would either touch them with their hands or kick them with their foot,
Yeah.
strangely enough, and then freak out. But
Yeah.
until they knew that they weren't waking up, no. So,
I
and
get
I
it.
mean, they just froze.
And
So,
that
yeah, I do get people freeze in shock. I have a
sure,
daughter
sure.
that does it.
Absolutely. And Molly, that's a good point. And Kitty, listen, I know what you're saying, and I agree with you. I'm not trying to overthink. I'm just saying I won't take anything off the table with this. It's speculation. Until they give some kind of a, because they've even changed their minds. Now they're saying, okay, and I had a video on it, but we're talking about it, so it doesn't matter. Initially, that they were saying that this was targeted. Now,
Yep.
the district attorney is now saying that may be wrong, that this may not be targeted whatsoever. So,
Oh, yes, and the house was the target.
yeah, now
That's
they're saying
another
that
set.
the house
So why
itself could have
weren't
been the
they?
target.
Yeah, why didn't they stand there stabbing the house?
Right.
It
So,
doesn't make sense.
um, but I
But
get what
then
you're
there's a
saying.
roommate that was left out of there not that long ago either, too, wasn't there?
Yeah, absolutely.
Mm.
And I get that though, Kitty. I do. I don't want to go into the whole conspiracy theory rabbit hole type scenario. All I'm saying is that there's got to be a lot of stuff left on this table right now, a lot of
I,
different puzzle pieces to try to put it all together. I'm not going to go crazy with it, but I really do want to know because it doesn't make sense.
Kitty, I'm not. Please don't think like I did say at the start of this when I bring up them 2 girls, the 2 to survivors. In no way, shape, or form do I believe they did it. Please trust in that. I would be very shocked if they did, but I do not in any way, shape, or form believe they had anything to do with it.
I got you, Kitty. I understand.
However, I think there were certain things put in place for them to contact a person that knew about it,
Right.
or at least had some involvement in it, without these girls knowing. But
It all goes back to I cannot say that the other 2 girls didn't know about it yet. Okay, and I'm just doing that as with any other case. You don't know yet.
it,
Okay.
and
Um.
that's it. You can't rule anybody out.
Yeah. At
And
this
quite
point.
rightly, the police haven't ruled anybody out. They might say they're cleared, but they haven't ruled them out.
Yeah. At this point. Now, if they come up, and that's the biggest problem with this. That's why I'm saying that. At this point, if they came up with a weapon, any sort of even a person of interest or anything like that, I'd be all over that and say, okay, the rest of this is bullshit. Let it go. You know what I mean? And that's just what I'm saying. I get it, Kitty. I
Kitty,
do. And you can fall into big holes with a lot of this stuff. You really can, and you got to watch it. I absolutely understand where you're coming from, my dear. I really do. Um, and
and see, I would think that way very much so, but I'm trained. So
it's
if I walked into a place where there's blood and that, I would back out
oh
very
yeah,
quickly. 1, because I wouldn't know if the perpetrator was in there.
that's number one. Yes.
2, because I don't want to put myself in the crime scene and be
Yeah.
having to be eliminated
Yep.
and prove my innocence. So,
Absolutely.
but that's me who has knowledge.
Yeah.
I don't expect a 20-year-old to know that knowledge at
Well,
all.
they don't. You don't
But I
think that way
do,
like that.
no, but I do think that a 20-year-old should have common sense. If somebody's laying on the floor, the first thing you're going to do is go up and shake them and go, "Hey, you all right?"
Right. Excuse me, guys. I got to use the restroom real fast. I'll be right back, please, Miss Lisa. Thank you.
No worries. I don't even rule myself out, but don't think the girls knew. I don't think they did either, Kitty. I honestly don't. That's what I said when I first started speaking about them. Maybe because I brought my kids up to be very first aid minded because I was in that field, and I believed that everybody should stop and help everybody regardless. So, yep, I taught them what I used to teach other people. So, but I do believe that there is common sense, general common sense, without being taught something. And common sense would be one of those two girls see somebody on the floor, they're going to go, hey, you awake? You awake? Oh, and then go and shake them or put their foot on them if they're a little frightened. If they've seen blood, I understand that. They're going to get, hopefully, the hell out of there. It's just, if you saw blood and ran out of there, common sense would say ring police or authorities first, not friends. That is my only problem with that. And I don't believe that was necessarily them. I believe they were instructed to do that. They said they saw all the blood. Oh, did they, Kitty? Okay, so now I understand a little bit better. They saw Ethan's and Dana's blood. So, yeah, one would pass out probably frozen in fear. But still, if you saw blood, are you going to ring friends first? And it's not hard if you ask people around that age what they would do. Oh, no. I agree with you, Pamela. Like I said, because they were saying on the news, if they've fallen, there mightn't be much blood there, especially when he was outside the door, etc., etc. So now that we know they saw blood, would you still call a friend first? Because that to me just makes it a little harsher that you now know these people are seriously injured or deceased. Why would you call friends first, not authorities then friends? Unless that's been relayed the wrong way. The police may have got that wrong. Maybe, no, because the other friends spoke to 911. That's the bit I'm losing over. If you're too shocked to make a 911 call, how are you making a call to a friend? Because I would want authorities there first. And yeah, I can say that I'm 60. But like I said, asking my daughter who's in her 30s said the same thing. With the amount of blood surrounding the scene, no one would go up to any. No, yeah, I read that. Yeah, see, Pamela, I would. Only because I'm trained, I would have to check their vitals to make sure whether they were savable or not. Yeah, that's right, Smoothie. I've had that too, CC. I woke a man up that was, sadly, he wasn't homeless. He was on some sort of drug, which I am guessing was, what's that drug where they become super strong? Anyway, I stopped along the highway because he was laying on the footpath, and I had my kids with me when they were younger. And I dived up and I'm calling out to him, and then go and put my hand on him and went to shake him, and he spun around and just missed punching me in the face. So I had to back off and hold him there until the ambos got there.
Yeah, no, I agree with you, Pamela. And I still think that this was. I don't think this was random. Okay.
No, I don't think so either.
Again, because of the type of wounds there were, the fact that somebody had said that Madison, I think you brought it up too about the decapitation thing. Um, take your time, Kitty. We'll be
Close to
here.
being
It was
decapitated. I don't know
close.
how true that is.
Well, and that's we don't know. That's the thing. So,
Because
and
it
I
apparently come from a friend of the families or something, from what
yeah
I.
yeah.
Mm.
I don't know how many of you guys have seen this. Lisa probably has, mainly because she just caught up with everything. But again, like I said, take your time, Kitty. We'll be here. So, by the way, I love your tree, Lisa. That's pretty. Um,
Thank you.
and your little
That's
angel one as
my
well.
tree that I don't have to decorate. Just plug
Uh
it
huh.
in.
There you go. That's the best kind. Um, it could be a stranger, Pamela. It really could be. And here's the thing, guys: the police have DNA. Okay, they have DNA. They have
Yep.
everybody in the house's DNA, and then they have somebody else's. Okay.
Yep.
That being said, the difference with that is whoever did this never did this before, or at least if they did, they didn't leave anything behind because they're not in the system. They ran
Mm.
it against the system, and nothing came up of it. So whoever that DNA belongs to, either has never made the mistake of leaving anything behind, or they've never done this before. That is something that's important. So
Well, I
um,
believe it was somebody that knew him,
I do too. It was somebody in that circle, personally. That's my opinion.
and I
Okay.
believe it was somebody that was in a 5 mile
Uh, listen,
radius,
Brian
who is
Enton.
probably not now there.
Yeah. Well, very. It was very convenient for them to, at that point, allow everybody to leave. Thanksgiving happened. I almost think there was a premeditation behind the whole Thanksgiving thing because
Mm.
then everybody was leaving. There's
Yep.
nobody, there was nobody. It wouldn't have looked funny for somebody to leave at that point. You know what I mean?
No.
Um, so yeah,
Nope.
and there is, how can I say it? There's that area there. Brian Enton was there, and he showed how
Yeah.
how quickly you can get from one place to another. The
That
fraternity house,
walkway.
yes, that walkway right there. He walked from the fraternity house
Yeah.
to the house itself. It literally took him 2 minutes, not even
Yeah.
2 full minutes to walk up there, and that's it. So you could get here, there, and wherever you want to go within minutes, within seconds,
So how
even.
did it take them 5 hours to get from that party to there?
They went somewhere else. They did something else in between there,
Mm.
and I really think that people know what happened. And
Mm.
I'll be honest with you, considering the fact that Ethan was not in bed sleeping like everybody else was, I think he and Xana had the most defensive wounds on her body than anybody else.
Mm.
I think
Yeah.
they were up and awake, and they could have been the first people attacked. Okay. And then
Mm-hmm.
they moved on to the other two girls. Okay. I think this was somebody that was very close to the house. Also, guys, don't forget there's two apartment buildings right next door that has 60 people living in that building complex there
Yep.
alone or more. Okay.
Yep.
So, you know, th- there's so many options with this. There's so many different versions that this could be. But I'm telling you, from the bottom of my soul, I think that there is one or more people that know something that are not saying something. Okay.
Yeah.
Whether it's because they're scared, I get it, or because they're possibly involved. You know what I mean? And it has
We
to me, that means that speaks volumes, guys.
or Ethan and Dana were up to something they shouldn't have been up to that they don't want to come out,
Right.
which
Yeah.
bears no. And this is the other thing that annoys me. It doesn't matter what they were up to; they didn't deserve to have their
No.
life taken.
No, they didn't.
And
And
that's another thing I'm so sick of hearing. Oh, they were just homeless. They were druggies. They were this, that. Nobody deserves to take somebody
no,
else's life,
no.
regardless.
And here
Kids will experiment.
here's the theory, guys. Those that lost period of time where Ethan and Xana had left the frat house, everybody was drinking that night.
Mm.
What if Ethan got into a disagreement or a fight with somebody in between there, and before he went home, and that person said, "You know what? I got you," and went right behind them. Nobody knows. Nobody
Mhm.
knows. The two survivors had. They said they may have heard something. That was it. Nobody knows. So we don't know.
Yep.
That could have been a very big possibility. You don't know that. And the only people that know that is the person or persons that did this, and Ethan and Xana, who can no longer speak for themselves, which is why
That's it.
we do what we do. Um,
And the dog that was let out,
yeah, the dog.
which I find odd too. Unless they left and just left the door open for the dog to get out on its own,
I
maybe.
think I think the door was just left open because the
Mm.
person left in a hurry and didn't care, obviously.
So, what was the report about the oval?
The what?
There was a report about something happening at the oval the same night.
There was a police call at 3 a.m.,
Mm,
which is
mm.
when they're saying that this could have started. The murders could have started. Okay.
But
In the
yet they were ringing at 3:46 to 3:56 or 3:30 to 3:56. They were calling Jack.
uh, that was from 2:26 till through 2:52.
Oh, that's right.
Right
Sorry. I'm
before
an hour ahead of myself. Yeah, sorry.
right before this started. Okay.
Mm.
Yeah, I have all the little things because I pay attention to little things. So
I was cramming. Felt
no,
like I
you're
was
fine, honey. You're fine. Don't worry about that. I
felt
pay
like I was
attention to the
back at
things that nobody
school
pays
doing
attention to.
this.
Right. Yeah, there was an alcohol related police call at um what they say it was 3:05 a.m. In the field. If you guys know anything about that area, there's a field that sits off. It's kind of a
Yeah.
hill. Right in that area right there, there was a police call in the blotter about that. What's up, Sherry? Um, and the police responded to that call while this was going on, basically, or had just possibly just started or was getting ready to start. And it makes me wonder because I'm sure that police seeing multiple people walking around that campus in the middle of the night is not a big deal because of the partying
No.
that goes on. Okay.
Mm. Yep.
Yes, they said it was alcohol related, Vicky. So is it that person? Was it that person before? After? Was it something related to that person? Was it something that was set up as a diversion, possibly? Do you know what I mean?
Mm.
Who knows, guys? That's the problem. We don't know. Um, and that's 100% probably it right there, Schmoopy. They don't want to tip anybody off
Yeah.
that may go into hiding, and I don't blame them. I don't. This needs to be handled. If any case,
With caution.
this needs to be locked down as soon as possible because this is dangerous, guys. This person is
But they
still out
need
there.
to stop making slip ups.
Yes, yes, and that's the other thing too. And I understand it. There's been an uptick in police calls, like by 100%, since this happened because everybody's so paranoid and so nervous. Now, are these things really happening, or are this
Tony,
people?
that is true. Sorry.
What's that?
I was
Sorry.
asking whether it was truth that Ethan's brother took the sister as
Yes,
yes.
yes, that is a fact, Tony.
Yes.
Again, like I said, nothing is off the table in my book, and it won't be. But yeah, Vicky, this person could do this again. There was a call. Oh, I can't remember exactly the night now, but it wasn't that long ago. Where a girl called 911 because she got in her car. There was a male sitting in her front seat, scared her to death. She jumped out of the car, started screaming, running with her girlfriend. They called the police. By the time the police got there, nobody was
He
around.
was gone.
Yeah. So again, there it is. Thank you, Molly.
Seen that.
Call log 22-MO9896, alcohol offense on the Taylor Avenue Banfield at 301.
Yeah,
Thank
that's
you.
right. Thanks, Molly.
Which is right there by the house,
Yeah.
guys. Right there. 1 second, everybody. I'll be right with you.
I would be paranoid and scared too, Vicky. I don't think I'd be sleeping too well. I think I'd definitely hightail it out of there.
Yeah, so I mean, this is a very complex case. I don't know if you guys saw. There was an interview that Kylie's father did by himself this time, and his things changed a little bit. Back when he said that he didn't believe that Kaylee had a stalker, that's different now. Okay. Everything keeps changing around. Okay, so there again, that's why.
Yeah. So why the strong push that she didn't have one, and if she did, the family would know about it?
Now all of a sudden,
and him putting down that he was having no communication with Ali, etc., and then all of a sudden, oh yeah, she did have a stalker.
Okay. It's okay, Kitty. What case were you in the rabbit hole with, Kitty? If I can ask. I'm just curious because I've been through this too. We all have, actually. I understand where you're coming from. And it does cause, it can cause emotional tension. I'll put it that way. I understand completely. This one, oh, okay. I got it. Did something happen with it when you went down the rabbit hole that caused drama for you or some problems for you? Because if it is, I completely understand. And that's why I said I'm not trying to well, the word you used earlier. I'm just saying there's different things that have to be left on the table for this. So I understand you completely, though, and I respect that. I do. And I would never want anybody to go through the emotional stress or tension because of this. I get it. I do. It bugs me too. This case bothers me as much as the Kylie Rodney case bothered me.
Yeah. But please remember the outcome you have no control over. Absolutely. No matter what any of us think or feel, and we're only just putting things out there. Like I said, I did not and do not believe them two girls are involved, but we are just brainstorming ideas because we don't understand.
Thank you.
We don't
Molly.
mean any malice by it. I'm not putting down anybody that's involved in this. Please don't think that. But to look after yourself, remember that you do not have the control of the outcome.
That's right. And that's the important thing.
There's nothing you can do to help them in any way, shape, or form because you weren't there. Thank God. Thank God you weren't there.
No, I absolutely understand, hon. I was doing the same thing with the Kylie Rodney case. Lisa knows this. Yeah. You guys know this. I was literally screaming and shaking my computer monitors, and they weren't responding to me because I was so irritated with it.
Yeah.
So I absolutely get it.
Or I pick up a pen and throw it at my monitor and go, stop lying.
You guys don't remember back way back when I was shoving pens in my ear and all that crap. Yeah, mental duress because of this crap. So I get it. It's stressful and it's irritating because you want things to make sense. You want this to work. You want things to understand. You want people to understand, and it's not. So I get it.
And see, I backed off the Kylie Rodney case before you. You bring it up again, and now I'm in a rabbit hole, very deep into the rabbit hole.
Do you know if I would have stayed with that where I'd be right now? I'd probably be locked in a padded room because there's
I'm
so
getting
much.
close there because there's somebody else that won't let it go, and he actually has really good information about it.
Kevin,
And the good part is he's going to change a few things February, isn't he?
yeah,
Mm.
there's a lot of good stuff that I've heard recently about Kylie. Good information that makes sense, and I'm still
Yes.
not touching it because I know where I'll end up, and you guys will see and hear nothing but Kylie Rodney if I go that way. So I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it at all. There's still a lot going on in that scenario over there, guys, that we haven't
I
even
heard
seen.
half of it, Sherry.
Um,
It kind of broke my heart when I heard the
yeah,
parents speak.
I
And
was gonna.
I take my hat off to the parents to be able to get through that. God bless them.
I get it, Kitty. I get it, and I'm sorry. I'm sorry that it does that to you because it does it to me too. That means that you have a passion for wanting to be able to help these people, and there's nothing wrong with that, my dear, not at all. And I respect you for that 100%. God bless you. It is hard though, guys, because we have no control other than what we're doing right here and now. We can't go,
No.
and I want to get, bad. I want to get my car and drive to flipping Idaho and put on my boots and my coat and my gloves and go, okay, get out of my way, move. I got this.
No, you don't.
Get out of my way. That's how
No, you
bad I
don't.
want to do this, but I don't do that. I don't want to do that because it'll drive me insane.
Yep.
So I get it. I get it 100%.
What you don't ever want to do, this is the one thing I do find in a lot of these cases, that they will talk about the victims and families and all the rest of it, like I have about the two girls and that.
Yeah.
But they do it in such a way that belittles them.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, the other side to this is them girls are now suffering from survival.
Oh, those two girls are going to have PTSD because she's
God,
right.
yeah.
Because they survived this. As
Yes,
sad as that is.
and the others didn't.
Yep, that's a fact.
And then going to bed every night, could you imagine them going into their room thinking, God, why didn't they come and do it to me?
Right.
They could have walked past my room. How close did they come to me?
Or even
survival
worse.
Skill.
Even worse. Are they going to come back for me? That's in there too, guys. These girls, yep. I feel so bad for them. They're going through a lot right now. I'll just put it that way.
Yep.
I can't do it, Molly. I'd love to come to Idaho, but I can't do it only because I know where I would end up. Okay, so it can't happen. Survivor guilt. That's exactly it, Breezy. And like I said, they're scared. Is he going to come back for me? Is he going to get me later on in life? I mean, all of this shit goes through their head, guys. But survivor guilt is a real thing. It really is.
Yes,
go ahead, Lisa. I'm sorry.
Very much so. Trust me. Here's the other thing about going there. If you think it's affecting you now, you go there and see how more emotionally affected you become.
That's right.
Because you are now in the thick of it and you are now more involving yourself into it.
That's right. That's right.
So that emotion where you're a couple of states away, you won't be able to switch off now.
No.
And you'll find you'll be walking around there of a night.
And
looking at everybody.
Right. Because right here, guys, when I click this red button and I'm out of here, I can walk away from my computer. And it's very easy to do that. Okay. The people that are there, if I go there because of the passion that I have for doing this, it won't happen. I'm not going to walk away from it. I may walk away to go back to my hotel to sleep. Don't think I won't sit in my car and watch things and video things and do this and do that. It's here, guys. It's not going to go away. So when you're there, forget it. Forget it. And God bless you,
Right.
Kitty. I absolutely agree and understand. I wish to God I had special powers myself. And that just proves again the passion you have for wanting to help people and the fact that you love people. And I respect and love you for that, my dear. That's a wonderful thing. But I get it 100%. Sorry, Lisa, go ahead.
Do you know, after I switch all this off, or if I'm catching up on crime and whatnot, I have 4 tea candles I will light after I've done these lives about murders and whatnot. And I will always light it, the 4. One for those who have passed before me,
Mm-hmm.
one for all victims that have been taken from this earth,
Mm-hmm.
one for God's guidance, and a light for myself to be guided. And I will just sit and meditate until them candles burn down. And you will find it does help in relieving that emotion and helping you through it.
Right.
And then accepting that you have no control over it. We're not police. We have nothing to do with it. We can only help by keeping their names out there,
Right.
the crime out there, in hope that somebody will remember something.
Yep. And that is something that is so important to remember. And I again, I get it, Kitty. I do. Lisa can attest to this for me. There were certain cases that we have dealt with that she knows have affected me in a very adverse way. And I know you guys have seen her ask me, "Are you okay?
Mm-hmm.
Are you okay, Joe?" And I've gotten messages from her after I've been on my podcast here. Are you okay, Joe? Are you sure you're okay? Are you going to, because she can tell that something's not right with me after I do this, because I take a lot of this to heart, guys. I care about this. I just like she does, and I've done the same thing with her. Are you okay? How do you
Mm-hmm.
feel? You know what I mean? And I've done that with a few of you guys too, because I take it to heart. I really want to be able to do that and deal with something and help something, knowing that I can't do it, and it bothers me. Summer Wells, that eats away at me still. I've lost sleep over that. Jolissa Fuentes, that I lost sleep over that. And the end result on
Mm-hmm.
that was a bad day for me. Lisa knows that.
Yep.
Um, within an hour of me coming down off my stream, are you okay? Yes, I'm
Yep.
okay. Thank you, though.
Yep.
Kylie Rodney, that bothers me still to this day, and I've had nightmares about that one. I'll be honest with you. Um,
Yep.
and Michael Vaughn, I didn't get that deep into it because I knew how it was going to affect me. Um, and I stayed back off of that one a lot, guys. I did it, but I didn't get that deep into it. Um, Quentin
See, in
Simon,
kid cases, I get so
yes,
deeply
yes,
involved in.
yes. Quentin Simon really, really bothered me, and I was so
Yep.
angry. I was so angry, you guys. I cried multiple times over that. Um,
But in saying that, you have to praise the police, how well they handled that. As much as everybody screamed at them, why don't you arrest her? No, they just bit their time.
they did it right.
And we all were starting to give up hope that they were going to find him.
Hmm.
That took some determination, some guts, some long, hard work by that police and the FBI and everybody that went to that landfill day in and day out to find a portion of that child when the odds were so great against it. God
Yes,
bless them.
yes, 100%. Amen to that one. Um, where is it? Why? Sorry, guys. Go ahead with what you were saying.
I was just reading
Uh,
what Tony wrote.
yeah, I did see
Or
that,
into
Brandy.
we haven't heard a single word. No, you're right.
That's
I just
that's that's that
God, I
that
just bit my tongue.
that
I
is
just
something to
read,
pay attention
yeah,
to. But understand, they're probably being told not to speak to anybody,
yeah, that's what I reckon too.
honestly,
I
because
reckon they've engaged a solicitor, a lawyer, and they've told them to
yeah,
not say anything.
and or they may not be able to. They may be in shock still. They may be having,
Yep.
emotional problems. Honest to God, I wouldn't blame them if they are. Yes, Brandy, I did see that TikTok and it was disgusting. I didn't want to go into that. But thank you for sending it to me. But yeah, I going on. Different scenario all the way around as far as 9/11 goes, but I see what the point is that you're making, and it makes a lot of
Yeah.
sense, my friend. It does. There could be a
The other
gag
thing
order.
too is if you remember it come out, sorry, if you can remember it come out that they did hear something. So they might be a little frightened for them to talk that they
Right.
might let too much out and put themselves at
Exactly.
risk too.
100%, guys.
Uh, I think if I survived, I wouldn't want to be out there talking. I'd be in hiding.
There's probably some emotional damage too, mind you. Okay.
Oh, God,
That
yeah.
there's got to be. I mean,
Has to be.
20-year-old kids don't see things like that. I know I was
No.
21 the first time I saw something like that, and it does a number on you guys. I'll be honest with you.
Oh, yeah.
Um, and it doesn't go away. And these girls are probably having nightmares. They're probably at home with their parents, and I
Yep.
wouldn't be surprised if they're on some medication right now.
I
To be
was
honest
just
with
going to
you.
say that too. Yep.
Um, yeah, right, Schmovie. Diazepam, you ain't lying. For sure. So don't be
Mm.
surprised. That's why we're probably not hearing from them, Tony. And I would not imagine that they're going to give any kind of an interview anytime soon. I'll be honest with you.
And I would hope they don't, because if they're needed in the court case, if this
Yeah.
SOB is ever caught and they're needed, if they do come out and start talking now, they could jeopardise the case. Or
Yeah. Oh,
somebody
yeah.
could ask them the wrong question and them not thinking to answer it. You don't. You'd imagine the guilt of surviving,
Yes.
and then on top of that, you want to compound that with, oh God, now we've said the wrong thing or given out too much information. I don't think they need to
Hmm.
bear that.
No.
God bless them. And I
They
hope
have
they
they have enough they're dealing
stay.
with. That's right.
Yeah,
And not
they
to
need
mention,
to heal.
you guys know that reporters have no couth. And the questions that they're going to ask these girls don't need to be asked, okay? They don't need to be answering questions like this, period. So I hope they don't do any interviews, I'll be honest with you, for their own sakes.
Me too. The only
Yeah, I will.
interviews they need to do were with the police.
That's right.
As much as we all want to know everything, it's not our right to know.
100%, guys.
And some
100%.
people do need to be protected.
Yeah. Let me throw this up here for you guys real quick. I meant to put this up a little bit ago. Watch a little bit of this real fast. And move on. 1 second, everybody. Okay. 1 second. Again, guys, give me a heads up on the audio if you're having problems, please.
Will do.
And I agree, Sherry. I hope they are too.
No sound.
Worth has been on this story for us. Spoke with the
That's
father
better.
now, one of the victims. Kane, good morning.
Hey, TJ.
Lost sound.
And now this morning he tells me the only thing worse than losing his daughter, her best friend, and two others is not knowing why or who is responsible. This morning, students on edge at the University of Idaho as the search for the killer in that brutal quadruple homicide enters its third week.
It is disconcerting that there is somebody out there who's done such a horrible thing and they haven't been caught.
The school posting this notice on social media Monday, writing increased security will be on site for the remainder of the semester. Stephen Zalfes, the father of one of the victims, 21-year-old Kaylee, now shedding new light on what happened that night in his first sit-down interview.
It was fast, and nobody suffered and nobody felt like that kind of pain.
Two other roommates survived on the ground floor, waking up several hours later, calling friends over when their roommates were unresponsive.
Do you know the reason why the initial concern was that a roommate was passed out?
I know the girls reached out via texting and calling, so I can only assume that by the phones being ignored, knowing how my daughter is not going to ignore calls and texting.
Officials maintain the murders happened between 3 and 4 a.m. and that the first 911 call was made around noon. Just hours later, Steve was informed of his daughter's death, not by police, but by family members on campus.
Let's call Maddie. And then you realize Maddie's gone too.
Madison Mogan was Kaylee's lifelong best friend. The pair seen together in their final hours of life, laughing and ordering late night food before getting a ride home together in what Steve described as a sorority designated driver service.
You can't imagine sending your girl to college and then they come back, in an urn.
And now the families of the victims growing frustrated by the lack of answers.
I haven't earned the ability to grieve the way that I want to grieve. I want to be able to have justice first.
Now, Steve says that he does plan to speak at the candlelight vigil tomorrow. He went on to say he doesn't want the city of Moscow to fall apart over this. And TJ, in a show of solidarity, that candlelight vigil will be held in various locations across this entire state.
All right, Shana, we thank you so much. And I want to bring in now ABC News contributor and former agent Brad Garrett. The family's looking for answers, some details as they continue to trickle out, some of the new details we're hearing. What stands out to you?
So you have 4 people killed on 2 different floors of a house, which would certainly suggest, TJ, that somebody at least knew the basic layout of the house. Think about how long it would take to go from victim to victim. So somebody had patience. The police have described a combat type knife. So the person apparently went there to really do what they ended up doing. So once you've eliminated, I assume this has happened, sort of the immediate circle, college students that are around these kids, people that may have threatened one of them, stalked them, whatever. I'm not hearing anything that supports a killer in that group. So what do you have to do if there's not an immediate connection? You have to go to sort of a wider circle. You would look at, for example, maybe or maybe not somebody older. I only suggest that because this crime appears to be very focused and the person had a comfort level in the house. And so as a result, you start looking at sort of relationships that really aren't tight with these kids. See, somebody they met occasionally, somebody that may have come to the house to attend a party. Apparently this was a big party house.
I understand
And so
that completely, Tony.
that makes it more difficult. Less connections makes it more difficult many times to solve a crime. And you're also going to have to look, and the police have already talked about this, of similar type crimes in other parts of the country, in particular in the Northwest, which they're saying initially there is no connection, and there may not be, but you're really going to have to look at this bigger circle that I'm suggesting.
A wider circle, somebody that knew the layout, some of those details, but what type of person, and somebody could argue, what kind of monster are they looking for?
So if somebody that's done this before, I mean, TJ, people who do this kind of stuff get a big thrill out of doing it. Now, we don't know if it's that type of person, but that it could be something like that. The idea that you killed 4 people just tells me that this was sort of driven by something you intrinsically wanted to do, less so than maybe one student mad at another student.
You can only imagine the fear in that community, knowing that person is still out there. Brett Garrett, we appreciate you as always.
Well, hey there, GMA fans. Robin Roberts here. Thanks for checking out our YouTube.
And that's the thing, you guys, is this was this had to have been so driven by a high-powered anger or of some sort. Okay, that's the only way this can be. The only way I can see this, in my opinion. Um, and that's just me. Okay, I have not seen. Let me put it this way. For the how can I put this? For the ability to go through 4 people in that mode. If it would have just been a gun, boom, boom, boom. I get it. Okay. And I don't mean to downplay it that way. I'm just saying that makes more sense. But the angst that had to have been behind this to do that, to give you the power to do that physically, and the anger behind this has to have been, it has to be so intense. And that is where I think they need to be looking, as in what could have possibly gotten somebody so angry as to do something this ridiculous. Okay, if the comment is correct about Madison and being nearly decapitated, do you guys understand what has to be done for that to happen? Like, that's a lot of force, and there's a lot that you got to go through to do that. Okay, you can't just whack and it's done. There's a lot behind this, guys. There's a lot of angst and anger behind this, and that's what needs to be pinpointed. That is what needs to be found. In my opinion,
That's a lot of rage to hold that adrenaline to go through 4 people and to stab them more than once each.
I get it.
Leave the 2 upstairs and go downstairs and do it all again is a lot of adrenaline, which means you're in a lot of rage.
Or vice versa. But yes, there's
rage. Yeah, or vice versa. Yeah. And speaking on your theory there, Tony, I don't know if you heard about that, Joe, either, is the
yes, there's a lot of, this is a lot like the Bundy killings. I get it.
The girl that died on the campus, that was all hush-hushed about.
Mm-hmm.
And apparently she didn't die from natural causes, so it's only recently come out. She died a few months ago, if I remember correctly.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't hear that one?
No.
Well, I heard that just before I come on here.
I heard about the dog. Let me ask you, Kitty, what conclusion did you come to, hon? I'm curious, and it is important to me. And I get what you're saying. I heard that. I didn't hear that it was on campus, though.
Yeah, she apparently passed away in one of the campuses, in one of the dorm rooms. And it was supposedly through natural causes, but there's recently been found out that it wasn't.
Really?
Mm.
Yeah, and that's it, T. Motive. What was the motive? And what in God's green earth possibly got somebody that damn angry?
The motive had to be one of them people because nothing was taken.
Right. Someone paid for this, but that person was really full of hate. And what more, but that person was never able to do this. Able to this the way this was done. I think that person already was in jail. Oh.
Okay, Molly.
I see what you're saying.
Yeah, I've got a strange feeling I know where you're heading. However, in saying that, if you're going to hire somebody to do this, they're not going to use a knife because they're hired. They will go in there and do it the fastest way possibly.
Unless it was requested that way, Lisa.
Oh, yeah, could be. It's very rare, but because usually if you hire somebody, they're going to do it their way. Get in, get out fast.
And my wife just said a knife is very personal to deliver a if it was a hit, we'll just say it that way. If it was a hit, it could be like to leave a signature. Okay. You know what I'm saying by that? Like this meant something to somebody specifically for a reason. I get that.
Usually, let's be honest, usually a knife is either used in the heat of the moment or personal because they want you to see who is doing it.
Right. They want to get a point across. You're exactly right. What's up, Red?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, you're actually you're right, Red. If you look at it on both sides, it could be that there's no rage at all, that the person is just a complete total socio or psychopath. That's possible too. You know, and there are those people out there. So yeah, I agree with you on that point, Red. Hannah Clear, is that the name of the other person that was found?
I didn't get her name. I'm sorry.
Good to see you, Red. I don't know. I hadn't heard the name or any of that. How much would you yeah, well,
I just know it was a female, and it was first put down that she died of natural causes, but that's not exactly what happened. So, and I don't know anything other than that, what she actually did die of, etc., etc.
Right. I didn't know much about that at all, guys. I'm glad that you guys told me though, because that adds a little extra to this.
It was 5 weeks ago. Thank you, Tony.
But that was it. That was not this campus. That was at Princeton University, correct?
No, I thought it was here. I'm positive it was at Idaho.
Looking at
what I watched before I got on here, just to make sure now. I'm going to mute myself for a sec.
Do what you got to do. Hannah Clear, a recent graduate from Mountain View High School, she passed away. Okay. Moscow, Idaho, March 7th of 2022. So,
did you find it?
I have her obituary. Yeah, 1 second. Okay. Well, here, I'll just show it to you guys rather than read it to you guys.
Like I said, I only caught the back end of it.
I didn't know anything about it. February 24th of 2022, she passed away. Of course, it doesn't say how or why. And it was Moscow, Idaho. She had recently graduated from Mountain View, so that means she was obviously, this is the one that passed away on campus. Okay. Now let me do this real quick. 1 second, guys. I can go with that, Jen. I absolutely can go with that.
This is what you get for cramming.
Yeah, I mean, and psychos have rage too, guys. Don't get, because typically there's a reason that makes them that psychotic way. Okay. One second, guys.
I still feel it's somebody that you'll know. Unspecified injuries. There you go.
No, this is the wrong story. They linked stories together. Yeah, this is Chris Godfrey's stepdaughter. How the hell? Sorry about that, guys. I hate when that happens that way. 1 second. All right, back down here. Okay, that's better. Good lord. I hate that. Which I didn't know that happened either, but
Welcome, friends and family.
what the heck?
Dear Hannah.
Yeah, we're not going to watch that.
At this time of bittersweet
1 second.
remembrance, we
Take care, Jen. Lovely to see you too. Thank you, sweetheart.
Have a great day, Jen. Thanks so much for joining us today.
Love you, beautiful.
One second, everybody. I'm almost there. Yes. Yes.
Oh, hello, Sherry. I'm all right now. Thanks, love. Thank you for worrying. I'm sorry I made you all worried.
Me most of all. Okay, you're here now. That's all that matters.
But you'll be happy to know you brought me all the tears because you worried so much.
Well, we love you.
I love you all too.
You're welcome, Kitty. All right, 1 second. Give me something here. I don't like when they give you obituaries because the obituaries don't tell you.
But that's what they were saying. It was put down as.
Yeah. Well, that's what I'm trying to see. And that's what I want to know. Was it drugs? Because it doesn't look like it by looking at her, but that doesn't mean anything. Are they not going to put it up there? 1 second, everybody.
That's the box. That's probably mom's.
It's the gas company.
That's
Yes.
they're shutting off our gas.
Can you go that way? Hold on 1 second, everybody. I'll be right with you.
You're right. Love you too, Sherry. Love all of you. I missed all of you. I miss my sanity. No, I don't believe it was drugs either. But unfortunately, I didn't. Whatever I was watching, I think, was just prior to coming on here, so I didn't hear the rest of it. Thank you, Smoothie, for your super sticker. I'll say it for Dago. He appreciates it, sweetheart. Yeah, I'm a little more curious now. Well, I was when I heard it, but like I said, I had to jump on here. So I didn't finish hearing it. But I'll have to go through my history and see what I saw it on, if he can't find it. Got to go freeze my nuts off for a few. Thanks, Red. Ouch. Just come here and stand out. So, oh no, oh good God, the sun's out. Oh my God, I haven't seen sun in, I can't remember when. Yes, Pacific, sadly, evil does live. Yeah, I know, Kitty, it's all good, love. That's what gets us through. Half of this is having the sense of humour, sweetheart. It's what makes me laugh, why people walk around so angry and so nasty. No, I'm not going to the light. So nasty and so angry when look at what these parents are facing. Do you really think they got something to be so angry and nasty about? Because this is exactly what anger and nastiness causes.
Sorry, everybody.
Oh, good.
Don't go to the light. What are we talking about that for?
Because I turned around and said, "Oh my God, the sun's out." I haven't seen the sun in God knows how long. It's like,
right.
I'm in shock because it's 7:28 here in the morning, and the sun's out. I have not seen sun since Jesus wore diapers.
That's been a long time. It's 4:25 p.m. here. Thank you, Miss Brandy, for that. Very much appreciated. So,
don't hold back, Smoothie. Don't ever feel you got to hold back, love.
Not on here, that's for
I
sure.
can have a dark sense of humor too.
Well,
if you actually, no, I don't know if I should say that. Okay,
I'll show you guys a picture of her. I'm still looking for a cause of death, but I'm not going to find it right away. This is Hannah. Clear. Load up. There she is.
Yeah, there's no way that girl was on drugs.
Very sad. 20. That's what I said. You can just kind of tell sometimes. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
21 years old. Very sad. Very sad.
No, I think she'd be pretty focused on her education, this girl.
That's who she's kind of, yeah. That's what it gave me too, was that she was a good student, looking for an education, going to college, and you know, she doesn't even look like a partier, to be honest with you. And not to be like stereotypical, but yep, that's a fact.
Okay, Kitty, I will tell you, okay? Just don't go crook at me for it. So my daughter and I were looking up, I was showing my daughter about the Walmart shootings. And my daughter has a dark sense of humor, kind of like her mum. And we're reading through it. And I turned around and looked at my daughter. My daughter goes, "Wow, did the bosses tell him to fire people today?" So then it kind of went downhill from there. But sometimes I do it because I've got to make light of it, because I'd overloaded myself with everything else that had happened. But it wasn't me this time. That was actually her. That doesn't mean to say I don't feel for the people or the victims either, people.
All right, guys. Are you listening to this? The differential diagnosis boils down to 4 realistic possibilities as to how...
Oh, she worked at the library.
That's the wrong one. Again, why does this happen? Good God. This woman was born in 1881 to 1974.
Yeah,
You
that's
think
not
the
her.
internet-
See, I've got to go have a look in my history and see if I can re-register. Speak, Lisa. Register what I heard it on. No, it wasn't that one. Give me 2 secs to mute this for a minute. I'll see if I can find it.
I am looking.
Here it is, black girl that died at sleepover.
Right, national scholarship winner. Like I said, I'm sure she probably wasn't on drugs. 2019. That's when she passed, was in 2019. You're cracking me up today, Kitty. Probably. Good old crazy Yvonne. February. No, that happened this year. She won a scholarship, right? Again. Not drugs. Sorry, I just can't believe that that had anything to do with it. The murder of Janice Foyles left a mark on Moscow. What? December 22nd of 2017. Moscow, Idaho. Janice Foyles was an 18-year-old student at the University of Idaho. Along with being a college student, she worked as a waitress at the Tip Top Cafe. The town was a quiet night. Janice was murdered. Most university students had gone home, holiday break, blah, blah, blah. Again, wait a minute.
What do you found?
Oh, wow. Why haven't we heard anything about this? Oh, wait a minute. Why do they do this? Okay, this is old. But I almost copycat murders. It was during the holiday season that one of Moscow's grisliest murders took place on the night of December 28th, 1969. Janice Boyles was brutally murdered at her workplace with a claw hammer, you guys. She was bludgeoned to death with a claw hammer. That seems kind of rage-based for an 18-year-old girl to be sometime after the cafe closed. It was Sunday evening. I thought that they had given me a date of 2018, and I'm like, that wasn't that long ago. So they're lying, saying that they don't have these, but this is from 69.
But then there was them two other attempted,
yeah,
two other stabbings that were both done on the 13th.
That one was in Oregon, and the other was in Washington, I believe. Which Washington is very close to Idaho, like very close.
But they were done on the 13th.
That's what they were saying, yes.
Hang on,
so
I'm just going through
how.
this to see if I can find out who it is. I'll be back in
right.
a sec.
I can't get a cause or a mode of death on her. Why? Unless it's being covered up for whatever reason, but I just don't see it. That's weird. Hannah Gwen Clear of Moscow, Idaho. Damn it. Let me try this again. Nope. It won't give me nothing. That's crazy. Right. It's like it was scrubbed or something. Huh. Makes me wonder now. I wonder if I could go to the Lord. All right, guys, I hate to say this, but I have another doctor's appointment that I have to jump on. It's just a telehealth appointment, so it's going to be quick. So I probably need to jump off here. You're welcome to continue, Miss Lisa, if you'd like, or if you guys just want to hang and let me do this and I can come back. It's up to you guys. It literally won't.
Sorry, I missed that. I was looking for this. What's happening?
I have a doctor's appointment. I need to do a telehealth appointment, another one. And I can either do it, won't take me very long, but I could do it and you guys can keep doing what you're doing, or I can just end this now and we can do another one later on or tomorrow.
Well, it's up to you, dear. I can find out where I found that and
okay. Go ahead and hang out then. Molly said she'll wait. So I will be back here in a minute, guys.
I'll be with you in 2 seconds. So I'm just trying to find it. Sorry, guys. I'm going to have to find it because I watched that many. I just can't pinpoint which one it was. I thought it was close to coming on the, but there's hours of it. But I'll have to find it for next time. Stay, Lisa. Thank you, Sherry. I wasn't going anywhere. I'm staying as well. No worries. I didn't catch the name Molly, unfortunately. All I heard was that a girl had passed away in one of the dorms not that long ago. Excuse me for a sec, guys. What are you doing, honey? What? Not this time of the morning, sweetheart. You have to go and wake Mum. Sorry, guys. Grandson. You're 8 hours away from Moscow, Molly. I assume that's what you're talking about. Molly, what's the February 24th, 2022, love? Oh, yes, I just caught on. It was Moscow. You're 8 hours away from. That's a hop, skip, and a jump for me. I'd drive 8 hours and wouldn't faze me. What's the 24th, Molly?
Okay, I'm on hold right now with this so I can continue to finish this up. So,
yeah, I'm going to have to go through all that stuff because I've watched hours and hours of it and find out because now it's bugging me.
Miss Molly, real quick question. Did you talk to your friend again and reiterate what I had told you? Because I really would love to have a conversation with her. Like I said, even if it's not complete and total, it would be complete, would be complete and total. Nothing about her would be out there, anything at all. So I'd really like to have a conversation with her. Yes.
Hi, Joe. How you doing?
Good, thanks. How are you? It was a date I found on Hannah. Oh, okay. I don't know because now it's bugging me whether that's the right person or not. Because since this has happened, apparently somebody has piped up and said it was a cover-up. That's why I bring it up after what Tony said, that the police had covered it up about how she died. It's pretty sad to think they can go out and be enjoying their life like young people should be, innocently doing their own thing. And that happens to them in their own home. And I think that's what hits home more than anything for everybody, is the fact that it took place in their own home, the one place where they should be safe. How did we work out it was this girl? Sunday, the February 24th. But I know, and attended the university. Oh, so she was only a junior. Doesn't really say how she passed, did it? It doesn't say she passed through natural causes, or there's a thingo to a funeral recording. Wow, that's sad. But usually they put on it died from or passed from natural I hate saying died, I'm sorry. Passed from natural causes. I don't believe anybody just dies. I think they pass over. Moscow police give people tickets, but they never come in to go out for a call, and no report was made up. Check the records from last week. Yeah, I just read it, Molly. Thanks, love. But that's what I mean. Even in her obituary, it says her achievements and everything. But usually if your child passes from natural causes, it's usually in there. Sadly, passed due to natural causes, whatever, there's just nothing in there. I mean, that doesn't mean to say she didn't. But now it's going to bug me until I go back over what I watched that I found it on and heard it on. And exactly what they did say. I don't know, Smeeby. I am, like, for the sake of Quentin Simons, I mean, the police were outstanding. But we seem to be coming across more and more cases where police are doing half-hearted work, or they're not doing it. They're not jumping straight on it. They're missing a lot of chances. But there's something definitely amiss here. No worries, Joe. My concern with this was how long it took them to process that house, how they kept going back to it. and you see other people going in and out of it, usually when they start processing the house, they don't usually stop and take breaks in between and then go back. Oh, no, Kitty, I'm not. But that doesn't mean to say university police don't cover up stuff so that it doesn't deter other students from going there or parents allowing them to go there. You got to remember that too. And we have seen some failings in police force, I'm sorry to say. But do I believe this lot is covering it up? No, I just think they are not as skilled as a lot of other police. I think they're playing catch up.
Sorry, guys. This is so weird. Usually they call you and do it like when they're ready, but they keep putting me on hold with this doctor. So,
and that's my point,
anyway.
maybe. Money overrides a whole lot. They're not going to have their university bad named if something happened, are they?
Everything looks okay. Yes. Okay.
Yeah, Pacific or maybe FBI needed to go there to help them know what
You're
to
muted,
do to
Lisa.
process that house. Oh, I knew that.
No, you're not. Say something. Hello?
Hello.
There you go. Sorry, I don't know what happened.
Oh, no, they could hear me because they were answering me.
It was me. My fault.
You did it to me again.
I'm sorry.
Good God, I'm thinking I'm answering them.
Right.
And they're answering me.
Yeah, I know, Smoothie.
Thank
I'm
you.
trying to do both of these at the
CC.
same time. Sorry about that, guys. Anyway.
Yeah, anyway, Pacific, what I was saying was maybe FBI went there to help them in processing the house too.
I think they had to because it was
I think they were running catch up myself.
Yeah. Oh, it absolutely was too much for them, Sherry.
Well, you'd imagine it's a little town, and the last murder they had was 2015, and they walk into a quadruple murder. That wasn't the nicest,
Well,
it wasn't shooting. You'd imagine what the inside looked like.
Yeah, I don't even want to imagine. It was once I saw and realized that the drippings on the exterior, the foundation of the house was actually blood. I just had a completely different visual in my mind, and I was just like,
"Yep,
wow."
Me too.
But
even prior to seeing that,
yeah, and you guys don't understand, for that to be able to happen,
what it would look like.
Right, for that to seep into the walls and to drip all the way down like that, that was so much blood, you guys. So much.
Yep. That's a lot of loss.
So, yeah, that's true too, Breezy. I mean, it took them 8 days, you guys, to process the scene because there was so much and so many.
And then they've gone back for more.
Right, and they're still continuing to do that.
Yeah.
There's a police officer sitting there 24 hours a day.
Mm. And you want to, and in between that, you just need to pray that not too many people contaminated that, like with the friends and that being there. But not only that, police that first walked into there.
You're absolutely correct with that, Kitty. We all saw that paid any attention to that case. I still believe that was set up, in my opinion. Sorry.
But
on the Gabby Petito case, when they went looking for Brian.
Oh, yeah. Mm.
There was
Don't start me on that one.
There was no way in hell that they walked the way that Chris walked in and he walked right over to get the hell out of here with that. Miss me with that.
And they allowed him to open that bag and
Yes.
touch. Give me a break.
Yes. Yeah, the whole thing is a joke.
That
Sorry.
is just not done.
No, none of the
Yeah,
way any of
please
that
put
was.
your fingerprints all over the evidence and go through it.
Yep.
Not right. Like the gun that, yeah, anyway. Don't start me.
I'm not going to get on it either because I won't stop. I'm just telling you right now.
I am like you about that case and what I'm like you about Kylie Rodney. Although now I'm like you about Kylie Rodney. So I'm digging my hole.
I try so hard to stay out of those holes, but yeah, that was 100% set up. And there's a dentist in the family. Think about it, guys. Think about it. Where do you think, Brian?
Yeah.
Somebody hit me with a theory and said, so what do you think the odds are that Brian left the country after making casts of his teeth and pulling his teeth because they didn't have a full set of bones and teeth there. All you need is 3 or 4 teeth.
They only had a partial of the skull.
Right. So the only thing they can identify by are teeth. So you go get 4 or 5 teeth pulled, put them in a bag, give them to your dad. You leave the damn country and you let your dad go drop them off with somebody else's bones. Ta-da! We have a body. Come on, like how stupid?
Okay, here's the worst thing out of all that.
She said, "But don't go there." You're right.
I have to say this because as a parent, you would all know this. So your son comes home without his girlfriend, but with her car, right? So state the obvious. But anyway, even if you didn't know, but you're concerned about him enough that you've got him a lawyer. Then all of a sudden, he somehow sneaks between all the media and everything else and manages to jump in his car and drive around there, right? But then parents drive past and go, oh, look, there's his car. Oh, my God, where is he? Let's go back and take the car so he can't get home.
Yeah, right.
That has a note in it. Am I silly? Because I would be in that park finding my son.
Yes. And yes, they did find, Breezy, they found a femur bone. I want to say it was part of the clavicle and part of the
skull.
A piece of the skull and also a piece of the I know these things, guys. I can't think right now. The piece that the pelvic bone.
The organ?
No, I don't. Yeah, I'm playing a thing, guys. The pelvic area, right? Anyway, that was it. But the most important part was the teeth because that's how you identify.
That's how they identified him.
So they went to their.
That's what they said.
Dentist family member, pulled 4 or 5 teeth. Bye-bye.
But no mention of the gun they found until a little while after when everybody started questioning it.
Yeah. No, 100%. Kitty, that's too much. That's too funny. I still believe the real father is Bertolino, the pizza man.
I believe Bertolino knew too, honestly.
I think he knew 100% from day one. I think he knew before they knew.
I pinpointed that. I even pinpointed the day he did it. And the fact that he was laying behind her.
Yeah, I don't think.
But anyway, moving right. I digress now. Come.
Yeah, we're not going to go into this because this is a deep rabbit hole for me.
We are no good at this. I'll keep you out of your rabbit holes if you keep me out of mine.
Right.
The trouble is we both have the same rabbit holes.
God, these cases are so ridiculous. This one or that one. John Benet Ramsey. Let's see, Casey Anthony. Hell, we could go all the way back to O.J. Simpson if you want to, because that's how long I've been.
I can go. Yeah, and you're right. O.J. Simpson. Ugh. And the Beaumont kids here, Jaden Lesky here.
They did
Oh,
find
the other
pieces of the
girl.
skull, Sherry, but not a full skull. So Kitty, you're killing me today.
I was in that hole, Kitty.
Yeah, we were all down in there.
I think I was in the hole and buried myself while I was at it.
Yeah,
But I never believed he. But I never believed he was hiding in Mum's garden underneath ground.
Oh my God! Do you know that I? Do you know that I literally took that video and blew it up, and I saw something on the edge of the inside of the garden that looked like a hand to me, and I'm looking at this, and then I got out of it, and I went and I was like, something's wrong with me. I need to take it off. I can't believe I looked for that. I had my buddy over here. It's like, I see it too. It's right. There's our fingers moving. And I said, oh my God, we need help, dude. It was
the
bad.
power of auto suggestion. I looked at what everybody else was looking at and went, that's it. And it broke me. I started laughing and went, I'm out of the rabbit hole now. I'm safe because I am not that bad that I'm going to believe that. Because where they were looking was for a vent for the pool for a start. One of them was a vent for the pool.
Did you see the people that dug a hole in their backyard and tried it to see how it would work? After that, I was done. Until they found him, I was done after that. I said, you got to be kidding me. People went and dug a hole big enough and covered it with
soda, Mum.
Yeah.
So did the dirt and the pots lift up all together and she just...
it was just, I can't. Yes, they did, Shwooby. I swear to God they did.
Oh, my God.
They really did. And to think, and like I'm sitting here while I'm looking at this video, I'm looking for the hand coming out of the corner of the flower box. I'm thinking, everybody in the planet knows that the FBI searched their fucking backyard. Excuse my language, but I was like at that point, like, come on, dude, what are you doing? Yeah, definitely a trigger warning. I couldn't do it. And this one YouTuber, his name's Joseph Morris. I was watching him on a regular basis, and he was such a goofball. He has this dog that looks like it's scared to death of him. My wife even saw him with his dog. He picked up his dog. He said it was his co-host. Cute little dog. And the dog had this look on her face, and my wife's in the background going, it's okay, baby. I'm coming. I'm coming to get you. Don't worry. I said, what are you doing? She said the dog is begging for somebody to come get it right now. He was way deep in that hole, guys. Way deep.
Oh, I think a lot of people were. I just kept watching things and they're going, he's definitely underground. And I'm thinking, yeah, I'm not down that rabbit hole, that I'm actually buried down there with him.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
That's sad. You all believe that? That's sad. I am not going there. It is time to walk away. I don't believe he's there.
At that point, I was not able to think at that point. Yeah. I couldn't believe I was watching the video and it was blown up. And I'm like,
I need to stop at Rite Aid and I need to get gravy corn.
those are fingers. Are those fingers? Look, there's fingers. And my buddy's looking at me. He's going, dude, I see something. We were like laying. I have a 60-inch TV, right, in the one room, and I'm standing here going. It was so bad, you guys. It was so bad. And then once the video was over, after we watched it 13 times, we turned and looked at each other and said, did we really just do that? And I was done at that point.
Start looking for fingers, hands, arms coming out the ground. You should be in a cemetery.
And he was like, my buddy Jason's like, I'm telling you, I think she pulled something out of her pocket and passed it to him. And I said, what the hell would she be giving? Are they passing notes through the garden in the backyard? Is that how they're communicating? Because the phones are tapped? What's going on, guys?
Mum,
Oh
can
my
you plug
God.
this cord in? I've gone flat.
Yeah, right. It was ridiculous. And there were so many people that were people were bloodshot eyes, gripping their tables, watching this. I mean, it was crazy.
But see, that's what happens with auto suggestion. People invest so much into something that they want to believe anything.
Yes, yes.
Rather than state the obvious, he got the hell out of there.
Yeah, Smoothie, they trained the dog to deliver food to him in the middle of the night, right? Students that
he
passed
had
in
a whole
2022.
he had a whole motel in under that ground.
Right, he probably did. Cable TV and all. So that's a whole
God.
list of people. Hannah, wait a minute. Molly put up Hannah Clear, Ethan Page, June, Hudson R. Lindau, May. These are students that passed on campus or just in general?
I know the one I'm talking about is definitely on the campus. It was in a dorm room. And like I said, I missed the name of it. That's why I'm going to go back through to find out exactly who they were talking about.
Right.
Because now it's just going to drive me insane. But isn't that an awful lot of students?
Well,
to have
okay.
passed?
Just Ethan Page he was one of the 4.
Oh, yes.
But why don't they have the rest of them on the list? The other girls. And this Hudson Lindau.
Who's
Never
that?
heard of that one. That was in
That's
May.
May. Ethan Page can't be one of them because that's February. He's June. It wasn't June.
Or maybe that's a different Ethan then.
It is. That's June. And then
so May, June, we had
Hudson is May.
February, May, and June. Okay, that's 3. And these are all students of the university. Let me see something here real quick, guys. Somebody just say the Mad Hatter.
That's why Kitty likes winter because the ground's frozen. Gee, Brian would have been in trouble if had a froze over while he was under there, but doesn't in Florida.
Exactly.
I've still got the feeling.
June 17th of 2022, he was 19 years old. Okay, Ethan his last name is Chapin, sorry.
Yep. 7 in a year. That's a lot.
Yeah. Ethan Gabriel Page, June 17th, 2024. He was 19 years old.
Hang on, Kitty. No, that can't be right because Ethan Page, this one says he passed in June.
No,
and
honey.
It was November the 13th.
The other Ethan was Ethan Chapin. This is Ethan Page.
Yeah.
Creek. Yeah.
Oh, all right. Sorry, Molly. I didn't read the one about. Yeah, don't mind me. Yeah, I just went down that rabbit hole.
Yeah.
Sorry, I was underground there for a moment.
Yeah. Thanks, Red. And then.
All right. Hudson drowned in the creek.
7 in 1 year. Yeah, that's crazy. Well,
Isn't
4 of them were in one.
7 is.
It's not normal for a small, peaceful town. That's correct. Right. Now, where I grew up, yeah, that's good for one day.
I would understand 7 dying if they had medical problems, so on and so forth, but
I
like
still
I
can't
said,
find a cause of
reading
death on
Hannah's one.
Hannah. I
Hannah's
can't find.
obituary. I just read that while you were on your call.
Mm-hmm.
And usually they say sadly passed from natural causes.
Yeah.
Or sadly passed from an illness, but nothing.
And I cannot find. Sherry said the same thing. I've been digging and digging. There's no cause or mode of death for her whatsoever. It doesn't take you anywhere.
So wouldn't you think if the university lost a student, even through natural causes, there would be something written up about her?
I would think so. But
sadly missed student who passed away,
in her
great
sleep.
student. Yeah, whatever. Nothing. It seems
like they're hiding it for whatever reason, maybe.
It seems odd.
Right, Kitty. Exactly. YouTube, the car of Dibbly Puddle. That's us with the right movie. Yeah, I can't. Red, do me a favor since you seem to be finding these things. See if you can find what Hannah Clear, Cleere, what her mode of death or cause of death was. She's from Moscow, Idaho, too, and that happened in February. It won't give me anything. I've tried every which way.
It's bugging me.
No, yeah, it's driving me nuts too. All it gives me is an obituary that she had just won a national scholarship from Meridian.
What was her last name? Hannah.
Cleere.
Cleere.
Yep.
Is that what you said?
Yes, ma'am. It's Hannah Clear. Cleere.
Yep, I got it. Hannah Clear, national scholarship winner.
Yeah, she passed in February this year.
Oh, well, that was 2019 for that. Hannah obituary 2000.
February 21st of 2022. And the way they put it in there was, we are sad to announce that on February 24th of 2022, we had to say goodbye to Hannah Clear of Moscow, Idaho. There's nothing there.
I don't know if you got this one. Let me share this with you. Did you find this one?
I saw that, yeah. Does it say something down there?
No, I just wanted to know. I don't know. I haven't got that far to read it.
Yeah, that's the one that I read. You graduated from Mountain View. And with this, 1,000 students of history scholarships. Right. Okay. Hannah will be attending the University of Idaho next year.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Definitely does not look like a drug user, partier, any of that. Aha. Over the weekend.
I don't want to subscribe. Go away.
Right. This is the university paper.
A university student passed away this weekend, according to an email from the dean of students, Blaine Cleese, early today. Hannah Cleary, originally from Provo, Utah, died in Moscow over the weekend.
Good. How are you?
As a community, we can collectively mourn the loss of Hannah and share our sincere condolences with her family and friends who are most impacted by her passing. Students impacted and in need of assistance during this time of contact. The Argonaut will continue to update this story as more information becomes available. Okay, so there has to be more in there about her. So let's try this way. Hurry. Wow, really? Now, as you all read, they said they were going to update that. And they haven't. Nothing else was written after that, especially not on the newspaper. No kidding. Don't believe in Pretty Little Liars either. Weird children doing weird things. So that's the same one as I just read. That's the same one. So there was never any update. That was March. That's her obituary. Aha. No, where did I see that? All right, you're just playing games now. So it must be down here somewhere because her thing I just linked to here somewhere.
All right, I am done with that call and back, and they will. Anyway.
And they were.
So we still have nothing on this, huh? Jack, the neighbor from the girls. Did you send me something, Molly?
You're the one they call the survivor. Those scars on your arms give you away. You're a troublemaker.
What?
This is on that Hannah Cleary
Facebook?
Twitter.
Twitter?
Thank you. Speeching. I need to go to speeching school.
You're fine, hon. Fortnite.
That's October 2000. When was that posted?
Oh, like it was a self.
2021.
Someone on Facebook said it was a self-unaliving. Is that what it was, Molly?
That's what I'm starting to think.
Interesting. That could be a reason why they don't have it out there. Was she bullied?
I don't know, because this post here is this person bringing attention that she's self-harming. And they should never put it out like that. They should have actually spoken to her or got her help. But that's what that's about. This girl was self-harming, so she wasn't dealing with something.
Is her Facebook still up?
I don't know. Does she have one?
I don't know. I'm looking. I don't see anything. Let me try something here, because that says a lot. Let's not go into that rabbit hole, because that's a whole other. I just had a whole different thing just pop into my head.
I put together a quick post about the new paperback covers. Yeah. This girl was in pain.
Like emotional?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I can't find
even
her
looking at her photos. When I was looking at her photo before, I've seen this before. Especially the later photos. If you kind of look at her and this whole, that's somebody trying to hide.
Mm-hmm.
That's somebody going through emotional baggage. And unfortunately, I would say quite a few knew she was self-harming.
Well, I could really throw you guys in a hole right now, because I just had a whole thing go through my head that if that's the case, and that this was a self-unaliving on her scenario, they all went to the same university. If she was being bullied by quote-unquote mean girls, which could have been the girls that just passed in the recent thing, that maybe somebody close to Hannah went after them in a revenge scenario. I'm not saying I don't even want to speculate that, guys. I'm just saying that's how my mind works.
That's why I'm going through photos.
I can't go in any hole. The ground is frozen. I got you, kitty. What in God's name is that from?
Yeah, this girl slowly become. Oh, wow.
She was probably teased.
No, I can't anymore.
What?
That girl, you can even see where it happened. She, if you look at them short lot of photos I just put up, if people tend to look and not just gaze, if you really look at a photo and follow them, you can see how much this girl altered and was trying to melt into the buildings and just melt into the background. Whereas prior to that, she was more forefront, which means something changed that she felt.
So she was okay when she went that to me looks like that started when she went to college.
Could be.
It was okay all the way through high school, maybe to an extent, and then started changing as she went to college. She started changing. Something happened at college. Again.
What, Kitty? Who's Jack from the neighbour from the girls? In one of them photos.
Wait, what?
You're not talking about Jeremy.
Jeremy.
The
Oh
one
my
they
God.
interviewed.
That's another one, yeah.
Here we go down the rabbit hole.
I don't
Which
think
photos are we talking about? God, don't tell me that. Where are you, Kitty? It was from a newbie who wanted to join a group and had to do some weird stuff. And now I'm lost. Sorry, but she for sure did that. Sorry. I'm not saying she didn't. Kitty, every time I say something, you take it. I'm not saying she didn't do it, love. The sad part is what I'm trying to get at as a person that has worked in this field. It breaks my heart time after time. As you heard on the Twitter that I read out, that somebody had posted or she retweeted that the scars on your arms, I know what you're doing, you cannot hide it. That is a distress sign of somebody who is self-harming. And if they don't get help because that self-harming's, sadly, it's a catch-22 because it's not always about they're going to do themselves in. It's about the need to cause themselves pain because they blame themselves for whatever's happening. They feel like it's their fault they're being bullied. They feel like it's their fault they're not good enough. They feel like it's their fault that they can't live up to people's expectations, or that people think they're living up to an expectation, but in actual fact, it's all front they're failing. But then there are the ones that will self-harm, and the self-harming no longer is working. And in that split second, will take their life. And if somebody notices a scar on an arm or a wound on an arm or a couple on the backs of legs, where girls will quite often do it, under their buttocks, just on the short line, in between their legs, under their bust, across their chest. Takes one person to notice it. Help is very easy for these girls if they're put into the right counselling and the right help, depending on the severity. But there is help for it, and it can be controlled. Like an
what
eating
the hell
disorder,
is this,
like
Molly?
a lot.
Signal to all the sleeper cells who are trying to passive attack people with assigned couples. What? Party's over, Cook. What in the hell is this? Here's how and why.
Here's how I would and why I would murder those girls, especially the blonde ones and the skinny one and the other two, and why is there's like blood literally dripping down on the whole house, and why the police, when the first responders arrived there, basically, I mean, it was a mess. Like there was blood everywhere. The whole room is literally an absolute mess. And from my psychological perspective of Idaho, the reason why I don't live there is it would be to avoid those type of circumstances, because in Idaho there's some kind of religious cult where they are allowed to conduct poly relationship where people just
yeah, this is definitely a trigger warning on this, guys. I did not expect this. Where'd it go? Shoot. Where is it? Gert. This is a guy from Twitter. I got you, kitty. What in God's name? Where did it go? Oh, wait. Hold on.
Sorry, I just ran and put the kettle on.
That's all right, Molly. This is crazy. Okay.
But I can hear you.
Look at all of this stuff. And read it.
Share away.
Can you see it?
No.
Oh, you can't?
No.
Shit. Hold on. Why won't it let me? Okay. His Twitter's been taken down. This is
this
ridiculous.
The guy that was?
Hold on.
Is this the guy that was at the food truck we're talking about?
I have
Twitter?
no idea who this guy is. It might be.
Is that who we're talking about? Just so I know where we're at.
I don't know, hon. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Can you see this now?
Yeah, I can see that now. I'm just trying to see if one of them could verify if there are much more things going on there that you don't want to know. Trust me.
Okay, look at everything that's scrolling through. Okay, right there. Signal to all the sleeper cells who are trying to passive attack people with assigned couples. Who knows, but super interesting. MURDER. Okay, that's off, first of all. Then they have a picture of the house.
Hang on, that's not what I'm saying.
What, you're not seeing that?
No, all I can see is couldn't preview file. There was a problem playing this video.
Here's how I would, and why I would murder those girls.
Yeah. Try one of the apps below to open or edit this item.
And the other two, and why is there's like blood literally drip.
I don't know why you can't see it. I just shared it.
Oh, yeah. Now move what you just moved over, because I'm seeing the whatever you just slid up. Yeah, down there. Oh, no, that's your StreamYards.
Incel,
yeah, I
incel,
can't see
incel.
it. Although, yeah, they did hint put on that on Banfield about it being an incel.
Can you hear that? At least what he's saying?
Yeah, I can hear what he's saying, so you can.
All right, hold on. Let me at least play that then.
Okay.
Being down on the whole house, and why the police, when the first responders arrived, they were basically, I mean, it was a mess. Like, there was blood everywhere. The whole room is literally an absolute mess. And from my psychological perspective out of Idaho, the reason why I don't live there is it would be to avoid those type of circumstances, because in Idaho there is some kind of religious cult where they are allowed to conduct poly relationship, where people just have constantly orgies and all sorts of sex parties. They get drunk and they do all sorts of really dumb stuff. And these people, these girls, all living in the same household, it seems like they were all just part of a cult where they would passively sexually attack their best friends and everybody you can think of. You can look at the pictures, and all of them has this passive, nasty look to their faces. And then so the reason why they were murdered in the most brutal way possible is that these religious groups, they have a practice where outsider groups aren't allowed to feel any pleasure while they're just tempting the living shit out of them with sexual frustrations and everything you can think of. So somebody went inside the house and brutally killed every single one of those girls, and why there's blood dripping from literally the freaking wall. And I mean, it was just absolute hatred to the point where you wouldn't understand. These girls are probably dating a bunch of guys all at once and fucking with them emotionally, and then framing and making fun of guys while having some kind of poly orgies and shit like that. And then when the guy who basically, or a girl who couldn't be part of this, went in there and absolute destroyed them, killed them in the most horrible ways possible. And that's one of the reasons why I would do stuff like that. If I didn't fear God, I would absolutely slaughter the living shit out of these fucking girls. And these religious people walking around in public, and they're just agonizing, antagonizing people. They don't understand the frustration of a lot of people, because a lot of people like to be pure. A lot of people like to be left alone. But these people, they just go after you, and they want to expose themselves to you, how sexually and liberated they are, and they make fun of you, and they harass you, and they agonize, and it's like a sexual demon that just wants to frustrate you psychologically, mentally, physically, and everything can think of. And people who take relationship and respect, like, not for themselves but for other people, when they figure out that they were abused emotionally.
Can I just cut in there for a minute, Joe?
It's either a girl, I'm 100% sure a girl got absolutely pissed the fuck off because one of these girls fucked her boyfriend while in a poly relationship, and they were just making fun of her and fucking with her psychologically while having a bunch of orgies and parties and isolating and shunning other people. So that's why there's blood fucking foundations right there. That's a lot of fucking hatred.
Joe?
Yeah.
Sorry, can I just butt in there? That guy is not describing an incel.
No, he's not at all.
Far from it. They're not sexually orientated in that. They're usually non-good looking people that don't cope with good looking girls and guys, but it's usually the girls. So they attack them because they won't even look at him. It's not what he's describing at all.
No, he's some kind of a lunatic that does not know what he's talking about.
And religion plays no role in that.
Right.
Just saying.
That was crazy. Completely crazy.
Wow. That's some guy's messed up mind of...
Well, they need to go... I'm not saying that he... Whatever that was, I hope they're looking at that person.
They will... Sorry, yes, Smoothie, they will murder because they're rejected from beautiful women. But what he's describing about, they're having orgies and all the rest of it, no.
No, not at all. That's not an incel situation.
No.
By any means whatsoever.
That bothers me, Molly. That's some sick speeching problem again of this guy and whoever else is behind him.
All right, Molly, this picture here. Walk me through this picture real quick.
Oh, that's creepy. Good Lord.
Yeah.
Oh my God. That's some sick, perverted.
Okay, this was just sent to me.
Yeah, but incels are usually non-attractive men to themselves.
Crazy. Yeah.
And that they despise good-looking women although they're attracted to them, good-looking women don't look
Because they
twice
know
at
that
them.
they're not. Yeah, no, absolutely.
Yeah. So
Um,
therefore, they go on rampages. That's
Yeah.
true, and they will murder. However, it has
That
this guy's
picture was.
shown in
Sorry.
orgies and not being involved in it, which is not exactly true because an incel would jump into one if given a chance to be with a
Right.
good-looking woman.
Okay, and that guy's name is 3 a.m. Moscow, Idaho on that page, right? Okay. It was on his Twitter, and this, I guess, was as well.
You're
Idaho
right, Smithy,
Tron.
100%. Sorry.
Can you guys? Oh no, it's fine. My deepest condolences go out to the families and friends of the victims. When I first received the news, I was so heartbroken and scared that something like this could ever happen in the city. However, despite many suspecting that the culprit somehow knew the victims, I beg to differ. There was a very similar case that happened in February of this year that the police have completely covered up. I know it happened because it was in my apartment on Baker Street. My roommate had been found dead in her room.
Or
and
maybe
they
that's
simply
the
took-
one.
What?
Maybe that's the one
It
that
is.
I heard about.
It is. That's Hannah. Wait,
Oh,
where'd I
good
go? I
Lord.
got lost. Let me finish reading this real quick.
Sorry.
Had been found dead in her room, and they simply took her and her electronics and left the entire crime scene behind. The police have also refused to release records, and the coroner had failed to produce her own records, even after a verbal confirmation that I would get something. I think whoever unalived these 4 students has been at work in Moscow for far longer than Moscow PD is willing to admit. If there is any way I can contact the family, I would deeply appreciate it. This is something I truly believe they have the right to know. I have all the letters of refusal along with a picture of her bed. If anyone asks for proof, along with countless notes I've taken on both investigations, I want to talk to this person. Catherine
Wow.
Aguaro. I'll be damned.
Getting worse by the minute, isn't it?
Yeah.
None of these people deserve to die. None of these
Well-
families should have to go through this. Their daughters, their son did nothing to deserve this. And my heart is with their families, their siblings, and their loved ones.
3:30 a.m. This is crazy, guys. I mean, crazy. This is crazy.
Yes, see, Breeze, I did hear something about that actually, love, about that religious leader too.
How did you find
Oh, her
that?
father's allegedly attorney.
This is insane.
Yeah, that's the other thing that got me too, was that Venmo at 3:30 a.m. too, Kitty.
And his father was an attorney. There was a religious leader there in Moscow that was interviewed by MSN a while ago while saying he has called like teachings. Look it up. Oh shit. There is reason Idaho and Idahoans are so unknown, if you know what I mean. Yeah, that makes sense.
Well, the world news now. Yeah, didn't he send a Venmo? Wait a minute, I've got to get this right. A Venmo to a guy that sent it to his sister, and then he was the first to donate, or was it vice versa?
Yeah, it was something like that, yeah.
Yeah, so it must have been. So Ethan sent it to the girl, and the girl sent it to the brother, and the brother was the one that was the first to donate $6 or something.
I think something like that, yeah. 1 second, everyone. I'm sorry, I'm typing something.
I mean, this all could be totally unrelated, but then you just don't know.
It's awful coincidental, isn't it?
Well, it is.
And there's no coincidences in true crime, guys.
No.
Okay, let me see what happens with that. Interesting, Kitty. See? Yeah, I agree with you a little bit on that too, Red. But there's so much with this, guys. Yeah, usually schmovie. It's what America's built on, sadly.
I did think that Pacific, but I don't now. I really believe that whoever this was genuinely knew people.
Yeah, I felt that way too. But now seeing some of this other stuff, and maybe that person does know them. You know what I mean? These kids, some of these kids were seniors, have been there for 4 years.
Yep.
And
that's why I reckon. Sorry, that's why I reckon it happened when it happened, because wasn't it Maddie that took the card down there to show, or was it vice versa? Took a new card down there and was going to be home on Tuesday.
Haley, she bought a new Land Rover.
Yeah, that's right. Sorry.
It's okay.
But she was going back. She was going to be back home by Tuesday.
Right.
So they had a certain time frame to get this done.
Right.
Because even when you think about it, right, logically, this house wasn't way back away from all the other houses. There were 2 apartment blocks that were full of students on a Saturday night. Do you know, even at that time of the morning, how many lights would still be on? And then you had the neighbours that also had, would play music and whatnot. But there's windows right around the house that's virtually on top of this house. Then you had them 2 blocks of units. I couldn't imagine a spur of the moment stranger taking the risk of going into that house with all them windows exposed, all them apartments exposed, lights on, people still making noise, and going in there unless they knew where they were in that house, for one, and 2, how to get into that house.
Very possible.
Without being seen.
Very, very possible. And welcome, Gina, by the way. Thank you, Miss Gina, very much. That was very sweet of you. Christmas card from Miss Gina Satilli. We appreciate that, Miss Gina. Thank you so much. It came today. Cute too. Thank you so much, my dear. Very much appreciated. It's great to have you here, by the way. We're still going, so you got a chance to jump in. Although this has been quite a long stream. That's okay. We had to catch up with Miss Lisa. That's why it was so long. So
I didn't realize my camera was still off. Yeah, I'm in a dream.
Survivalist and likes the thrill of war games. That seems we're gonna have to spend, and I think we're going to, guys. The next live stream, We're gonna come in here and we're gonna spend the entire thing, if you're okay with this, Lisa. Thank you, Miss Gina, very much. Very, very much. Super sticker. I want to spend an entire stream digging. All of it, if you don't mind, Lisa, of course.
No.
And just looking and seeing, and I mean, I know it's probably not a good idea because of rabbit holes, but I think I want to dig for facts because that's, you guys know I like to break everything down anyway. So, with all these extra pieces of info and yeah, I see why you're saying that now, Kitty, and why you made the comment the other day about a 10-minute job. Now, okay, let's go
that's
with
what
that.
I mean. A professional killer's going to walk in there, regardless of who's okay.
Let's go with that
I've
real quick.
known hitmen, right? Anybody that gets hired to do a killing, they don't care how you want it done because they are ultimately going to do it the way that they can get in, get out without being caught or without any DNA or forensics getting to them, unless it's a newbie. But they very rarely will use a knife. They will usually go in and do it the most cleanest, quickest way and get out.
I got you, Kitty.
Because there is no tie to the person, to them. There's no emotional connection to them.
You're absolutely right, unless it's requested. And I can't let go of that.
10, they won't do it.
If we're going to go with the professional side of it, it would have to be requested for it to either be done that way for a reason. It's very messy. You're absolutely right. It is very messy for a professional, but unless it's requested.
And if they're requesting that, they're paying a huge price for that. And I mean a huge price because, like I said, the professional will not take the risk of getting caught.
I agree on that, Red. I've seen that. I watched that like 7 times, and I agree. The one kid went one direction, the 2 girls got in the car, and the other dude went somewhere else. So yeah, I get it. Full circle. Go back in the chat. Knife is clean and fast when you know how to eat. Well, yeah. I mean that is, but it's gonna make a lot of a mess, Kitty. You know,
and the chances are, you also got to think that he's okay. Hired help is now somebody's. So logically speaking, right? So if somebody hires help to go and do this and says there's 4 people in there, I want them all stabbed. Do you honestly believe that paid person is going to go in there who has no emotional connection to these people, doesn't know them from a bar of soap, because this is how they get through being that type of person? Emotional connection to these people. They are nobody to them. That's how they can do this job, right? So in saying that, they're going to then arm themselves with a knife, no matter how proficient they are, not knowing who the 4 victims are that they're going to walk into other than what the other person has told them. And trust me, there is no professional that ever believes what they're being told by the person that's paying to have somebody eliminated. They don't just go by that. So they're going to walk into a place where there's 6 people and hope to God there is only 6 people, not others staying over, not extra boyfriends or everything else.
That's the problem I have with it. Yes, I agree.
Thank you.
Now, that being said, back up for a minute, okay? That's the problem I have with it being a hit per se, because you're not, unless they were completely watching every move that was being made, which, okay, that's possible, yes, but still, you're not going to know who's in there. And well, maybe that's where the collateral damage came from too. And that's what that situation was. I cannot see it being I know what you're saying, Kitty, about real quick with the knife, boom, 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 you're done. But a gun is better and a lot less messier. Okay.
Yep.
In that sense, unless it was requested.
Guns untraceable. No DNA from the person that's done it. There's no risk of DNA being transferred, whereas with a knife there is.
Exactly.
And the chance that somebody jumps on your back and scratches you or belts you and there's blood evidence or whatever.
Right.
They don't take that risk. I'm sorry, they just don't. Unless they're newbies.
I don't see anybody taking the time. I mean, I'm not trying to be rude or downplay this, but it would be so easy just to grab a gun and go boom, 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 and walk away. Why go
Can
through
I
all
just say this one thing? This will tell you it's not a hit because no professional is going to, and if you're also, you want to say position, if somebody knows how to use a knife, they can be quite precise with it. Then how come they were stabbed more than once? No professional is going to go, oh, hang on, let me stab you a few more times.
Yeah, there was at least.
Sorry, they're going to get in there and go, and I don't mean to sound like that, but they want to get in, get out because they don't want to be connected to it. They want their pay and go. These people mean nothing to them, and I don't mean to sound cold. Like I said, I have known hitman. So, yep, professionals won't do it that way.
Right.
They'll go in there the fastest way possible to eliminate all threats, anybody that could get DNA on them or scratch them or anything else.
Yeah, I mean, it seems too much like a revenge killing. Okay, or what? Like I said, there's so much rage.
Jealousy killing, or
well, they said early
killing.
on that this could have been a crime of passion, and that can go multiple directions. It doesn't have to be indirectly or directly, guys. It can be, maybe it could have been. Now that part of it, I could see it being a hit, but again, I can't picture too many hitmen doing it with a knife, guys, unless it was requested, which is just, I don't know. Maybe someone from the north for less money. What's up with your thing about the north?
Not many, even newbie hitmen are that silly that they will do it that way. And the other thing is, like I said, a professional's not going to do it more than once. They're not going to use an instrument that they're not precise with and quick with. Like I said, they want to get in, get out in the least amount of time as possible.
I don't know.
Whereas if somebody, now see, it could be even the fact that somebody outside of these four people that they were friends with might have blamed the whole four of them for breaking their relationship up by just talking to somebody. It could be as simple as that.
Well, let me ask you then, if it was a hit, what would be a motive? And what college kid would set that up like that is my problem. You know what I mean? If it was a professional job, yes, movie, you're right. Gun, silencer, in and out, bye. That's the end of it.
That's right.
1, 2, 3, 4. And that's typically what a pro does. Now, unless, like I said, somebody requested it to be looked this way, to be done this way, it just doesn't come off that way, Kitty. And to me at least, and I'm not disrespecting what you're saying, by any means. Yeah, and that's my point, Red. That's where I'm trying to go with that as far as a motive. It sounds like a hell of a stretch to think that those girls were involved in anything that would have gotten them professionally, had a hit put on them. What could they possibly be involved in that would cause that?
The only way you could go around that is a lot of the parents were involved in something and they're making them pay the price, right? But they wouldn't go in there and do the whole 4, and they wouldn't go in there and do it that way.
Oh, no, I'm not doing that.
Okay, let me explain something about professional murderers.
Again, anything is possible.
they and I'm not sticking up for them. Trust me, the one I knew after I found out, knew a few things went down in jail. But anyway, moving right along. So, in saying that, contrary to what people think, they do have morals. So, if there's a hit put out on one person, they're not going to kill 3 others. They are going to avoid that. So, they will make sure the one person they're after is alone. They're not going to go, well, you know what? Can't be bothered waiting. I'm going to go in there and knock off 4
Yeah,
people.
they don't do that whole collateral damage thing that way. A
No.
professional hit doesn't work that way, guys.
No,
That's
because what people don't realize is there is no emotional attachment to these people for these professionals.
That's it.
Movie, I just explained why I do know about it. Yeah, I'm not getting into it. No, I never been around when it was done, anything like that. It's just certain things that he said that I started to work out. And then when you sitting there and you got a bit of alcohol in you want to tell me about, the best place hitmen get rid of their bodies are under fence posts, and you start thinking, well, and then find out that a few other things happened and people went missing. It's like, okay, 2 and 2 together now, I got to watch my back. And I did. No longer around, I might add. He is no longer around.
Right. Well, I'll tell you what, guys. I think I really do need to bring this down to a close, but I think I may be back on here tonight and we can finish this up. I don't know about your time, Lisa.
No, we're gonna be back. We've gone there now.
Yeah, I'll bring this back up on later on tonight, for sure. So I want to go back into this and do a little more digging per se. Thank you so much, Miss Kitty.
But before we close, can I just say something?
You can absolutely say whatever you like, my dear.
To all the families of these 4 beautiful, beautiful people, to the 2 girls that survived, to all their loved ones, to all their friends, we mean no disrespect. Your children were outstanding children to you.
Yes.
And they always will be. Hold them dear in your heart. Know that they will always be watching over you. And sooner or later, the light will shine on this and the person will be caught. God bless you all.
We love you as well, Kitty. And yes, what Lisa just said, 100%. God bless you all. I don't even, there's nothing I can add to that. That was perfect. Yeah, we're still here, Vicky. I'm ending it now, and we'll be back on here later on tonight. We'll bring your shovels, guys, and pack a lunch, and then we'll deal with it that way. But once again, thank you, Lisa, for being here with us again. As always, welcome back. It's great to have you back. Every one of you guys, thank you so much for being here with us today. I missed you guys.
I missed you all too.
I can't give you an exact time, but it's going to be later on, guys. Later after everybody's in bed. So it's 6. No, it's not. It is 5:07 here. So it's going to be a few hours. So let's see. Lisa is 7. So it'll be like late afternoon for you, if that's okay.
It's 7 minutes past 9 now.
In the morning? So yeah, it'll probably be 6 or 7 o'clock tonight for you, okay? Is that all right?
That's fine. Yeah, that's fine. That'll give me time to put some more decorations up and put the big tree up.
Right. 10, 11 o'clock for me, maybe.
Forward to it.
23:07 here. It's 11:07 a.m. or p.m., Kitty? Probably p.m.
Well, 23 would be PM, 11:07.
Yeah, that's correct. Well, she's over in, I don't know what I'm thinking. Sorry. Anyway, my mind goes blank right now. Forget I just said that. Ignore me. Double flashlight and a snack. Yes, ma'am. That is a plan, and I will see you guys then. Oh, I'm sorry, Schmovie. We're gonna miss you.
Oh, and snacks. Good on you, Molly.
Yeah, gotta
Didn't
have,
even think
gotta
about
have
the snacks.
My wife's going to the store. I'll have her get me some snacks. Snacks. All right, meatballs. You guys have a great rest of your day until I see you again. I love you guys to
Love
death.
you all. Remember, you're all beautiful.
That's right. And don't forget to love yourselves and love each other, and do not change who you are. The Netherlands. That's right, Kitty. I forgot about that. Have a great rest of your day, and I will see you this evening. Bye-bye, everybody.
Bye, you.
Yes, we will see you. Both of us.